Hi, can everyone hear me?
Sorry, can you hear me? I think I heard you a little bit.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Give me 1 second. Try one more time.
Can you hear me?
You're just a little low.
I can speak up when I'm
Okay,
speaking, if that will
that
help.
that is much better. Thank you. We can hear you just fine.
Okay, then I'll do my best to speak at this level.
Thank you so much.
Oh. Sorry.
Town clerk, ready to begin? Got a lot of people here tonight. Town clerk, ready to begin? Yep. Town manager? Yep, okay. Council members, please make sure your mics are on. Thank you. Good evening. I call this October 8th meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Councilmember Rabati will be joining us remotely. Thank you to those here in person with us tonight, those watching via live stream, and those who are watching a recording of this meeting. Our town mission statement, which helps guide our decisions tonight and into the future, is connecting our diverse community to an enhanced quality of life through innovative programs and services. Officer Kay Kurtz is our Sergeant-at-Arms for this evening's meeting. We thank you for your attendance, sir. This evening, Councilmember Rao will be leading our invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me in prayer. We come together this evening in the All-America city of Morrisville, grateful for the rich diversity of our town as we celebrate next week Diwali in Cary and in Morrisville. We also wish our Jewish brothers and sisters a happy Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. We are proud to be the new home for the Mahatma Gandhi statue, whose legacy of peace, unity, and justice will inspire future generations of Triangle residents from all over the world right here in North Carolina. We pray for peace in Israel and the Middle East, and we pray for Florida as Hurricane Milton will be arriving very soon. Finally, we gather here today with heavy hearts, mindful of the devastation and hardship that has struck Western North Carolina. As we reflect on the impact of these storms, let us first pause to remember those who have lost their homes, belongings, and most tragically, their loved ones. We pray for their comfort and strength during this time of recovering and rebuilding. Let us take a moment and be grateful for the beautiful and resilient communities of Western North Carolina. We have always stood in admiration of their breathtaking landscapes, from the majestic Blue Ridge Mountains to the rolling rivers that nourish the land and spirit of our state. Together, we remember the strength and unity of the people who call Western North Carolina home. We give thanks to the first responders, volunteers, and neighbors who have stepped up in selfless service, along with our dedicated fire and police of Morrisville, offering aid, shelter, and support to those in need. This spirit reminds us of the power of community and the resilience that lies within each of us. Let us commit ourselves to the work of restoration and healing, knowing that together we will overcome any challenge before us. In this moment of reflection, we ask for your guidance, wisdom, and courage as we stand with our fellow citizens. May our efforts be a source of hope, and may we continue to uplift each other in the face of adversity, ever mindful that the light and love of our hearts will always lift us out of the darkness. We pray for resilience. We pray for recovery. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All who are able, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Okay. Is there a motion and second to adopt this evening's regular agenda?
I'll make that motion.
A motion from Councilmember Johnson, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Garamella. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 6-0. There is one item on this evening's consent agenda, the resolution approving Wake County non-cash rebates, tax exemptions, and penalties report. Is there a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda? I have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, a second from Councilmember Fender. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that also carries unanimously 6-0. We have 6 proclamations this evening. The first is a proclamation recognizing IT Professionals Week and the CIO 100 Award. I'll recognize Mayor Pro Tem Garamella to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. As a lot of people know, the proclamations are read in a rotation, and it so happened that I got this, and personally, from the IT world, I think I appreciate it. Okay, proclamation recognizing October 7th to 11th, 2024 as Local Government Information Technology Professionals Week. Whereas local government information technology IT professionals play a crucial role in ensuring the smooth operations of our digital environment, from maintaining network security to support the daily technological needs of the organization and community. And whereas IT professionals are essential in fostering innovation, enhancing productivity, and driving system optimization and efficiency through their expertise and dedication. And whereas the Town of Morrisville IT professionals has transformed into an award-winning visionary team, demonstrating excellence in their field every day, leading the way with high security standards, innovative open data, and cutting-edge smart solutions, providing sound guidance and leadership to the organization, community, and the region. And whereas as technology advances at the speed of light, the demand for skilled IT professionals continues to grow, highlighting their essential role in our organization. And whereas IT Professional Week provides the opportunity to pause and celebrate their important contribution and impressive recognitions and awarded to our team. And whereas with the most recent CIO 100 accolade officially received in August of this year, we acknowledge the dedication and the ingenuity of our IT team and the prestigious honor this award symbolizes in the field of information technology as a mark of their excellence, highlighting our IT team and its leadership for strategic visioning and with an exceptional management in their service of Morrisville. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby proclaim October 7th to 11th, 2024 as Local Government Information Technology Professional Week in the Town of Morrisville. We encourage all residents to recognize the vital role of IT professionals in our society and extend their heartfelt appreciation to all IT professionals, both the past and the present, and presently serving the town through a core values of dedication, integrity, courtesy, and innovation. Now I would like to call upon Rick Ralph, CIO, Information Technology Officer, Chuck Bryan, Senior IT Analyst, Kelly Kristen, Network and Security Administrator, Jennifer Miller, Senior IT Analyst, James Owen, IT Support Technician, Danny Rayleigh, IT Operations Manager, Savannah Sainz, IT Support Analyst, Rodney Watkins, GIS Manager, Bill Whitehead, Smart City Program Manager. So first we'll give this, and you want your entire team to be with you?
Let them hold that.
Yeah.
I'll drop it.
Okay, you want to have center stage, and then you guys all can take a picture. Yeah. We IT people don't know how to. So, corner. Yeah, I would like the town council to also come for a picture, please. Yeah, I think you want to come down, like. Okay.
It's a big lens.
All right, Rick, anything that you want to say a few words about you and your team, and congratulations for the award and the IT week.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. And again, I want to thank this team for their hard work and dedication each day. I would say they make me better at what I do, and I'm proud to serve alongside them. They really care about the folks that they serve. They care about this community, and it shows in their work. They're skilled across any industry, very proud of what they do. I can't tell them, this room, and the millions watching at home how proud I am of them and what they do. So again, thank you all so much. Very proud of them. Please give them a round of applause.
That is heavy, and you can use it for all good reasons, but just ensure my fingerprints are not there on it.
Thank you.
So they're just leaving, but that was just the most recent of many awards that group has gotten on behalf of the town. So we're very fortunate for all their hard work. Next is a proclamation recognizing Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I'll recognize Councilmember Fender to read the proclamation.
Thank you. Before I read this, I'm just going to make a couple of comments. Many of you know that I am a survivor of domestic violence, and I think it's important to put a name or a face by domestic violence, because when it was happening to me, I had never thought, well, I didn't realize it was domestic violence, and I never thought it was something that could happen to me. I'd always pictured women that were victims of domestic violence as being poor, weak, maybe not college educated. So and that's why I do speak up about this, to say that it can happen to anyone. It can happen to every walk of life. It doesn't matter how poor or rich you are. I've known of cases in domestic violence in affluent families, as well as not affluent families. So just keep that in mind. And you shouldn't be, if you are a survivor or victim, you shouldn't be embarrassed. You're not to blame. I dealt with that for a couple of years of blaming myself, but it's been 12 years now and I'm on the other side. All right. Thank you.
a proclamation recognizing October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas domestic violence is defined as the willful intimidation, physical assault, battery, sexual assault, and other abusive behavior as part of a systematic pattern of power and control perpetuated by one intimate partner against another. It includes physical violence, sexual violence, psychological violence, and emotional abuse. And whereas in the United States, more than 10 million adults experience domestic violence annually. And whereas domestic violence can affect anyone, regardless of economic, racial, gender, educational, religious, or social status. Domestic violence violates a person's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity through a pattern of abusive behavior intended to control and dominate another person. And whereas U.S. domestic violence hotlines typically receive over 20,000 calls daily from domestic violence victims, these victims are seeking resources such as emergency shelter, housing, counseling, transportation, child care, legal representation, and more. And whereas research shows that creating communities where people are connected, supportive, and care for one another can reduce incidents of domestic violence. And whereas we must remind domestic violence victims that they are not alone and urge survivors and families to seek aid from the National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1-800-799-7233, or the North Carolina Coalition Against Domestic Violence at 919-956-9124. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize the month of October 2024 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urges the community to become more involved in efforts to prevent and respond to domestic violence and show support for the numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy, services, and assistance to victims. And I believe we have someone here from Karen.
Seema, come up, and both of you.
Do you mind coming up here? Karen works with Interact of Wake County, which is another local group that advocates and supports victims and survivors of domestic violence.
My name is Seema Kak. I'm the executive director at Kirin. I've been there for about 7 years now, and we feel so honored and lucky to have the folks sitting behind me here who have recognized, helped us financially, and in every other way possible at every walk, every event Kirin has. We are so proud to say Morrisville folks are always there. Everyone that you see sitting here. They're always there and they represent the work we do, and that means a lot to us. We're very thankful for not just recognizing DVAM month, but also lending support to Kirin throughout the year. We could not have done it without the support of the towns that we serve, and a majority of our clients that we serve are from Morrisville and Cary. So it's even more important to recognize that it's our neighbors, and as was said earlier, it's not the rich or the poor, uneducated, it's throughout, it affects everyone. So thank you for giving us the time, for recognizing what we do, and we feel appreciated. And also, this is one of our board of directors, Gunjan, if she would like to add any.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gunjan Arya, and I serve on the board of Kiran as the financial officer. I cannot thank the city of Morrisville and the town council members for their support. Being the financial officer, I understand how difficult it is for us to raise funds. and all these funds go in all the services that we provide for client services predominantly. So thank you, thank you, thank you. They are always present for every event, and I cannot thank you guys enough. Um, our clients are people that are amongst us. They are right here, and they live in the same community as their abusers. So when they come out and they talk about it, it's indeed very, very brave. It takes a lot of courage. So I always encourage anybody who is ready to speak and come out, because it is extremely brave and it takes a lot of courage to do that. So I thank you, ma'am, for coming out and speaking, because it's not easy. And again, just thank you very much for this recognition and for recognizing that domestic violence is very true. It's not written just in the books. We strive every day to empower, I don't call, like to call them survivors, I call them brave hearts, to come back into the society, to stand on their feet, and to take care of themselves and their families.
Many of the, we all have these images and we have impressions of communities, and I take pride in thinking that majority of us think the South Asian communities are without any fault. They're all educated, they have these wonderful jobs and homes and families, that nothing wrong happens. But here's the news. We do serve South Asian communities. That's our primary clientele, and our numbers are staggering. We take about 2,000 to 3,000 calls a year. We serve about 190 people, new clients every year, and these are from within our communities. So that myth of South Asians don't have these problems, that's not true. And all these people who sitting here behind me, they know the police force, Morrisville Police Force. You couldn't say enough good things about them. They're there, they reach out to us. So thank you for doing what you all do in our nation.
There's also no age barrier. There's no age, like they say there is no difference in the adults, or after so many years, or only after marriage, it could even be in a relationship, it could even be in teenage, where they're going through dating abuse. And we always, we see clients that come out and reach out to us and we help them. So it's not just here.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Thank you for all of the work that you guys do in this community. It is especially important. Appreciate it. One more, please. Can't do this enough.
This is like an extended family.
While they're getting themselves sorted, while they're getting up here, I do want to add why it is so important to address domestic violence issues when it's happening, is because oftentimes they escalate
and can very well lead to murder. I mean, the last 2 out of 3 murders in Morrisville were domestic violence cases. So.
Next is a proclamation recognizing Crime Prevention Month, and I'll recognize Councilmember Johnson to read the proclamation.
Thank you. So, as Mayor said, this is a proclamation recognizing National Crime Prevention Month. Whereas the vitality, I don't have my mic on. Whereas the vitality of our town depends on how safe we keep our homes, neighborhoods, schools, workplaces, and communities. And whereas crime and fear of crime destroy our trust in others and in civic institutions, threatening the community's health, prosperity, and quality of life. And whereas people of all ages must be made aware of what they can do to prevent themselves, their families, neighbors, and coworkers from being harmed by crime. And whereas the personal injury, financial loss, and community deterioration resulting from crime are intolerable and will require investment from the whole community. And whereas crime prevention initiatives must include self-protection and security, but they must go beyond these to promote collaborative efforts to make neighborhoods safer for all ages and to develop positive opportunities for young people. And whereas adults must invest time, resources, and policy support in effective prevention and intervention strategies for youth, and adults must make sure to engage teens in programs to drive crime from their communities. And whereas effective crime prevention programs succeed because of partnerships with law enforcement, other government agencies, civic groups, schools, faith communities, businesses, and individuals as they help to nurture communal responsibility and instill pride. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize October 2024 as Crime Prevention Month and urges the community, government agencies, public and private institutions, and businesses to invest in the power of prevention and to work together to make Morrisville a safer, stronger, and more caring community. And I'm going to ask our Police Chief, Pete Acosta, to come forward to accept the proclamation on behalf of our fabulous police department and our community and our residents.
First, I'd like to say thank you, Councilmember Fenford, for sharing your story. I, too, grew up in a domestic violence home when I was a child, so it affects children as well in the home. Thank you for the proclamation. I'll be brief. I'll say crime is not a law enforcement problem. Crime is a community problem. And the law enforcement is part of the community. So it takes us all to prevent crime. So I leave you with, let's all do our part in preventing crime. When you see something, say something. Call 911. That's why we're here. So I urge you always call 911. Do your part to keep yourself and your home safe. And thank you all. We appreciate it.
Do you want me, Pete? Okay, by the way, I promised him, it was his birthday last week.
Oh,
so I would sing happy birthday for
we have a break coming up, and that might be a good time for that. Okay, here we go. Next is a proclamation recognizing Community Planning Month, and I will recognize Councilmember Scroggins Johnson to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. This proclamation is recognizing October as Community Planning Month. Whereas change is constant and impacts all cities, towns, suburbs, counties, boroughs, townships, and rural areas, and community planning and planners can help manage this change in a way that provides better choices for how people live, work, and play in their communities. And whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be involved in making choices that determine the shared vision of their neighborhoods. And the full benefits of planning require public officials and residents to understand, support, and demand excellence in planning and plan implementation. And whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories, and whereas the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorsed National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions that sound planning and plan implementation make to the quality of our neighborhoods and environment. And whereas the celebration of National Community Planning Month gives us the opportunity to publicly recognize the participation and dedication of the members of the Planning and Zoning Board and other community planners who have contributed their time and expertise to the improvement of the town of Morrisville. And whereas we recognize the many valuable contributions made by the professional community and regional planners of Morrisville, and extend our heartfelt thanks for the continued commitment to public service by these professionals. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize the month of October 2024 as Community Planning Month in conjunction with the celebration of National Community Planning Month. And signed by Mayor T.J. Cawley and our Town Clerk Patricia Spillane. And now I'd like to invite our Planning and Zoning Board Chair Lee Langston and members Rick Bain and Chris Roebuck to the stage to accept the certificate. And Michelle, I had you listed as someone that might come forward as well. Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, all the planning staff. And I'm not going to carry my mic out there. So. No, I didn't. But I am going to invite you as opposed to Liz.
I didn't invite anybody.
We'll flip flop. Now the council can
Come to.
While everyone's coming up, I'd just like to thank all of the Planning and Zoning Board members for the time that they dedicate. It's very helpful. And then to Michelle and the rest of the planning staff that does all of the real work, thank you. It makes our job a lot easier. Yeah.
We like you. Come on.
I'll get down.
You're kind of in this. Yeah, I can't see the camera. There you go. Perfect. Okay, now we're good. All right. Perfect. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
So I think that's it for bringing departments up on stage for this evening. Next is the Blueprint for Safety presentation, and I'll invite Michelle Stiegel, Planning Director, to the podium, and she has a special guest.
Good evening. I'll be brief. Want to take this opportunity to introduce to you Kenneth Withrow with the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Association or Organization. He has been working with Campo on the blueprint for safety and has a presentation overview of the project, overview of some of the feedback received to date that he'll be providing to you. So welcome, Kenneth.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Look forward to being a part of this presentation, and it's apropos to do this in light of the proclamation for Community Planning Month. So I'll go ahead and begin with regard to the Blueprint for Safety. We have this, of course, as a part of our budget. We'll be completing this plan by June 30th of 2025, and we look forward to the outcomes that are going to be provided with regard to this plan. And I'll go ahead and begin to provide you all with regard to the Phase 1 update. Next slide, please. Oh, Sarah. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just to give you background with regard to the agenda, I'll be introducing you to the Blueprint for Safety, what it's all about. I will be talking about the Phase 1 engagement process. There'll be 2 interactive questions I would like for you all to mull over and the community to mull over as we move forward with regard to this plan and next steps. So why plan for road safety? One of the things that's important to really recognize, and just to give you background before I really go into the statistics and the data that you see, the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization consists of the core county of Wake County, along with the portions of collar counties such as Chatham County, Granville County, Franklin County, Harnett County, and Johnston County. So in light of that tremendous amount of area that we are covering, there is a lot of interactions, a lot of things that are going on in our region. Between 2018 and 2022, as we can see, there were over 195,000 crashes on roadways in our region. Of that, 2,700 of those crashes involved drivers, passengers, bicyclists, and pedestrians. And the other point that we want to bring forward is an additional 654 persons had lost their lives due to a roadway crash. This we see quite often throughout our region, and not just our region, but all across the country, where we see the fatalities visually. And these are some of the things that we see quite often in this region. So why plan now? This, of course, has been an issue not only just regionally, but nationwide. And therefore, the Department of Transportation has encouraged local governments to pursue Safe Streets for All grants. And of course, with the infrastructure bipartisan bill that was passed 2 years ago, there is funding for that. The North Carolina Department of Transportation, of course, has approved the strategic highway safety plan, which of course covers everything involving the state. And the consultant team that we currently utilize was active with regard to that plan, and we're glad to have hired them to utilize their services in order to create our plan. We've done a lot of public input in this process, and we are informed by previous plans on how we can move forward. Also, why are we planning for now? We, in conjunction with the Durham Chapel Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization, we create a joint metropolitan transportation plan. This plan is going to go out to 2055, therefore called Destination 2055. One of the goals, of the 8 goals, number 7, is to promote safety, health, and well-being. And within that, we have included 2 significant objectives: increase safety of travelers and residents, and promote public health through transportation choices. This area has been recognized for being very livable, and it's recognized in a lot of business journals and various specific news articles on how great it is, and we want to continue that, and including that the safety component in our planning process really shows that we're not only just talked about, but we are actually putting action to that. Okay. Thank you. On my plan now, one of the other things that I want to highlight for you is we were doing the public engagement process. We, along with the consultant team, created several infographics. This is basically an infographic of what is occurring in Wake County in terms of not only accidents, but also deaths and serious injuries that are occurring. And if you were to take a look at the light green line that is within the blue bars on the left side of the infographic, you can see how the serious deaths and injuries are increasing in our area. And we note that of the 195,000 that I noted in terms of serious injuries and crashes, the majority, of course, due to the significant amount of population we have in Wake County, 171,000 are occurring in Wake County. What does a transportation safety plan incorporate? There has to be a vision, just as we have a vision with regard to building transportation facilities. It must be data-driven. Therefore, we need to have inputs and data to determine what are proper steps to moving forward to help improve safety in the region. It must be stakeholder-led, meaning that citizens must be engaged in this process, and this is where we have our transportation, our executive board, our technical coordinating committee involving staff, and others who are engaged in the process. It has to be reactive to what's occurring right now on the ground and in the community, yet be proactive in what can be done as far as future steps to improve safety. The innovation piece that I had mentioned earlier during the meeting is where that is going to be very key. It needs to be multimodal because the Triangle and this region does not just operate based on roads. We have bicycle and pedestrian facilities. We have transit. We have microtransit. We have a lot of things going on here where people need to access transportation safely. We look at taking into account reactive and proactive. We want to focus on short-term needs, excuse me, within the community, and long-term goals. Where are we going to get to lessen the loss of life and minimize crashes in our region? Next slide, please. Excuse me. And so here are some of the goals of the safety plan, goals for the safety plan. We want to inform other regional efforts. I've just shared with you, we are creating a metropolitan transportation plan in conjunction with the Durham-Chapel Carborough MPO. We want to increase awareness of transportation safety and risk. There's a history behind that, in that in 2012, 2013, there was a plan called Watch for Me, in which the communities of Raleigh, Durham, Cary, and Chapel Hill
really emphasized what could be done because we were we had a lot of pedestrian accidents, and we wanted to emphasize and improve on how to minimize those accidents. We identified needs and recommended safety improvements, ensure consistency with the Highway Safety Improvement Plan and US DOT's funding programs, and we want to have a safe system approach. Next slide, please. Not only are we doing a safety action plan, there are other communities and other organizations that are doing the same. Central Pines, i.e., or what used to be known as the Triangle J Council of Governments, is creating a safety action plan project that's underway. The Durham Chapel Carrboro MPO is doing an action plan. In fact, we just had a meeting, or they just had a meeting on their side today at North Carolina Central. The city of Raleigh is doing a safety action plan, and the town of Knightdale is doing a safety action plan. So all this information is occurring throughout our region, and it's going to inform our joint metropolitan transportation plan. Next slide, please. And now we'll go into the engagement process. So the project had begun in December with a lot of activity really occurring in 2024, where we created a project website, did an online survey, along with a kickoff summit. We had technical advisory team meetings in May and June. There has been social media blasts, as well as what we're doing now, engaged in town board, county commissioner, city council meetings, along with various public engagement events, which I'll talk about in just a few minutes. Next slide, please. The online engagement has closed out. That had closed out in mid-September, where we got a lot of feedback from the citizens. That information right now will be discussed within staff beginning tomorrow at our agency, and so we look forward to seeing what that input is going to provide, and then we will broadcast that out to our executive board and others in future meetings. Next slide, please. And so we began this exercise through a summit in terms of really doing a major broadcast throughout the community. We introduced the plan. We did a preliminary data review. We talked about how we can create a safety culture in our region, how to plan engagement, and we had small group discussions within that summit. Next slide, please. And what we noted in terms of creating the safety culture is that, number one, it's a top-down, bottom-up effect. Not only should elected officials be engaged in this particular process, but the whole community needs to be engaged. It needs to be a shared responsibility where everyone does their part and understands that the value of the human life is important. We want to also make sure that in the decisions we make that it affects all of us, every user, and at every trip we take, that we be cognizant on how we conduct ourselves to ensure that we minimize those crashes, those accidents in our region. Next slide, please. So in light of the shared responsibility, as I mentioned, I talked about the top-down, bottom-up approach. We see all the players that we have here, and we're going to be engaging all those different persons of those particular professions and careers to ensure that our population knows that it's important to be safe in terms of accessing the transportation facilities that we have and how we conduct ourselves to ensure that others around us are safe. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the technical advisory team meetings we had throughout our region, those were in May and June. Next slide, please. Again, we had the social media blasts, and we, again, received a lot of input from those blasts. Again, there was a training and recording that was done so that people could see what we were discussing concerning the Blueprint for Safety so that people were aware and informed. Printable posters, I just mentioned we had those at the various pop-ups, which I'm going to get to in just a few moments. Next slide, please. And then again, to the pop-ups, well, those local engagement events. Beginning in June, we had the 540 Fest. This was conducted. The picture that you see here was the 540 Fest that was done late June, noting the area where, or the segment of NC 540 that was getting ready to open. Of course, it opened 2 weeks ago, and that was one event where people came out and observed and saw what was being done in terms of a highway facility. Next slide, please. The Morrisville event, which was well attended, it was good to be out here at the Western Wake Farmers Market. So that was an event where people had come out and we gathered input from our citizens. Next slide, please. And of course, we've done this throughout the whole region. As you can see, we went as far south as Campbell University in Harnett County. We were as far north as Granville County, noting the depth and breadth of the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. Next slide, please. Excuse me, go ahead. Yes, next slide. And so what we saw with regard to Morrisville specific feedback is wanting to increase connectivity between sidewalks and crosswalks. There's education needed for intersections, exploring partnerships with law enforcement, and the need for updated infrastructure with increased growth in the area. As you know, this area, and this specific area of the triangle is a nexus point where tremendous activity is occurring since its proximity to Research Triangle Park is very close. And so there's a lot of activity being generated here. So we want to look at what can be done to improve access to the facilities in light of the growth that's occurring. We are looking at ways in which we can, through two major topics, how we can develop a plan for transportation for pedestrians, bicyclists, drivers, and buses to travel safety. So we're having to work on what can be done in that area, and that was a good question that had been posed during one of the pop-up events. Next slide, please. And we're still reviewing the data that we're capturing. What is really concerning, of course, as an issue in the region, of course, is speeding and distracted driving. That's very significant in this area. And then the top 5 improvements to implement is improving the various busy intersections here in this region, adding sidewalks, bike lanes, and reducing conflicts on roads, adding crosswalks. So the interplay between pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles is very key and very paramount. And so that was seen as a major issue in this area. Next slide, please. And so some emerging themes are being looked at here from the engagement that we have. Stakeholders in public are concerned about aggressive, distracted, and impaired driving in their communities. It's important to really educate the community about this. And of course, we note the exponential regional growth, and people are concerned about that, how to accommodate transportation infrastructure with the growth and development that is occurring, how to address vulnerable road users and making this area more walkable and bikeable. Speed management, people are concerned about drivers increasing their speeds, and the systemic regional efforts. So there's a lot of information here that has to be called over and how to improve not only the experience of transportation access in Morrisville, but region-wide. Next slide, please. And so, in light of all the information that you have received, we have 2 questions for you as a board, for those who are watching, for those who are the audience at this meeting. What are the safety issues observed, both infrastructure and behavior, in your community? What stands out? and is different related to roadway safety for your community as compared to the larger region. So I know that it's not myopic that we just address Morrisville, but of course, you all, we commute to various parts of the Triangle region, whether we work in Research Triangle Park, or whether we work outside of the park, we are accessing and we see visually what's occurring in the region. So we see what needs to, you see what needs to be done in this community, but what do you see overall in terms of the regional community and how it can be improved and made safer? Next slide, please. And so we're getting into the next steps. We've just closed out phase one. We are now going to address this at our executive board meeting, which will be October 16th. We'll have a phase two summit in 2025, along with technical advisory team meetings next year as well. And then we'll follow up with additional board meetings throughout the region. And like I said, by June 2025, or a little bit later, as we refine the data, we will definitely have a plan that will be incorporated into the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. So next slide, please. I think that is it. So, okay. So what our next steps are, we're evaluating the data and capturing that data through looking at the higher injury and risk networks. Our team is summarizing the engagement efforts because there were a tremendous amount of engagement efforts. Definitely, from what you saw, there was over 20. And we want to continue this momentum. We had a chance to be on CBS 17 in the latter part of September to make sure that this was cognizant before our population, in light of the fact that you have events such as the hurricane that had occurred, Helene, and the eventual Hurricane Milton that's coming in, and other events, we wanted to make sure this was a part of the news cycle. So we've done that. We're going to continue to make people cognizant of this, and we want you all to be engaged in this as we move forward. Next slide, please. So again, stay connected, and we look forward to receiving your input. Of course, you can go to the Campo website as well as the NCDOT website, and the managers who are engaged in this process include not only me, but staff from VHB, including Lauren Blackburn and Ms. Catherine Singh. Next slide, please. So thank you very much. Glad to be here, and look forward to talking with you all again in the near future. Thank you so much.
And if you could just pause for a second right there. I think we have a couple of council members who have questions, if
Okay.
you are willing. Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Good evening. Thank you so much for coming out to Morrisville. We love roads, but we love sidewalks and safe crossings as well. And so it's very heartwarming to see that not only is it important to our Morrisville residents, but across the county there's recognition about the safety of driving and crossing streets as pedestrians and sharing the road, etc. I think educating drivers in some of those crosswalks which have beacons and they're not formal stoplights seems to have been an area of concern in our town in the past. So it's not just crossing the street, but it's how we cross the street and what kind of signals mean you stop or you slow down, because we've had near misses and other fatalities. So I know that's more of a granular level of the how, because you're just sharing the what, but the how is going to be important because we want consistency across the county, so all drivers have the same expectations. So what's safe in Morrisville is safe in Wendell, and that I think will help reduce injuries and fatalities overall. So we do appreciate all this work, and it's heartwarming, like I said, that we're not that different, right? So thank you so much.
Quite welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So Kenneth, it's good to see you again. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work you do. You talked about the 2 questions you want answered. So just for clarity, how the folks that are paying attention right now here in the room or watching online or watch this video later, how do you want them to answer those 2 questions for you? That's number 1. And number 2, Are you asking for those questions to be answered by council too as a whole? Because Councilmember Scroggins Johnson just talked about one. We have a laundry list of, especially when it comes to behavior, that I think we could share. So just if you could answer those two for me, so I'm
Beautiful.
clear.
Beautiful and good question. The purpose is to mull over, not to give it an official answer. But it's something for you all to, for all of us to reflect on. Should you desire to provide an answer in your own heart, by your own passion, you can do so. If I could go to the second slide after thank you, or maybe the slide after, or slide before, excuse me. Back up. Back. No, go forward. Right there. Okay. In the Stay Connected piece, we have the Blueprint for Safety website. Not that well. The blueprint, when you go to the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization website, there is the Blueprint for Safety page. In that page, there is an opportunity to provide comment, or probably the more direct way is if you were to access my email address or Lauren's or Catherine's email address, access mine or copy Lauren's or access Lauren's, copy mine, however you wish to do it, and you wish to provide that feedback, you can do that. But again, this was something for the community to see, to address within themselves, and then provide feedback.
Okay. Okay. We can do that. We have lots of feedback for you on that.
Okay, sounds good.
We won't tell you we'll be here for another hour if we on that topic, but
Okay.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Councilmember Rao, please.
Yeah, my comment about a great presentation. I just want to basically address people listening online, particularly those in the technology sector or startup companies. There's been a lot of focus. There's a group called Riot, which is a kind of Internet of Things group, where they bring in lots of startups. And at these conferences, there's one at the convention center on the 28th, and there's just a lot of companies out there that are developing really cool apps and technologies. So I think I would like to see them come and submit their ideas on this plan. So I'm going to be sharing that information, because in one of your slides, you have data and innovation, and I think that could be a really nice connection. So I just wanted to give you that thought, but also for companies out there listening. We have a lot of technology companies that approach Morrisville all the time because of our smart city initiatives and things like that. So just wanted to throw it out there to you and to those listening online.
Okay, again, let's repeat. With regard to Riot, when are they coming to the convention?
There's a show on October 28th at the convention center, and there's a program where like companies can come in and present ideas. So one thing they could do is work with Campo. So they made success in stormwater in other areas. So in environment and sustainability. So it's just an idea of how we can leverage great technology out there and great minds that can come in and help us with some of these things, particularly when it comes to data and analytics and those kinds of things.
Okay.
Just an idea.
Good. Well, we've talked about innovation, we've talked about planning, so the confluence of them comes together. So now, based on what you just said, do you have a contact?
Yes.
Person? If you could send that to me, please.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I think that's the extent of our questions. Just thank you so much for bringing all this attention to a really important issue. I know that tomorrow is Walk to School Day all across Wake County and the country, so I think that's really important. Everyone's really caring. We're going to be hearing from our comms department really soon. They've done a really great job about amplifying things that come from you and how to not pass a school bus and things like that. So thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, Kenneth.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
So that was a little bit of a segue, because we look forward to concluding our presentations this evening with the Communications and Outreach presentation. We'll invite Will Glenn, Communications and Outreach Director, to the podium at this time.
All right, good evening. Will Glenn, Communications and Outreach Director. Excited to be here this evening, talk about, well, we will call them great things that communications is doing. did want to say I was here for Mary's presentation. So being that you're not down at the table, I guess I ain't got 2 hours. I'll try to make it go fast. So communication, what is communication? So we present to our launch or our employee orientation twice a month, and I always tell them that what we're doing is simple, but it's not. So we're a conduit. We're trying to take all the great things that our IT staff and our planning staff and all others are doing and shouting it out to the world, to our residents, our businesses, and all stakeholders. At the same time, we're listening to what they're saying to us, being our residents and others, and bringing that back to our town staff and our employees. So communications, we're a conduit right here in the middle, getting communications out both ways. All right, so who does communications for Morrisville? So I brought some friends along tonight, some awesome communicators. I'll begin with myself. So I guess October 19th, Jeannie, I would have been here 5 years, and it's been a blur. Yeah, 5 years. It's been an awesome time. I sat right here at this table and I told them, hey, if you let me wake up and get a workout and a run, I'll be an awesome employee for you. So I've tried to do it every day that I come in. And I love to serve the people of Morrisville, the staff, and others. So along with me, I have Miss Laura Goff. I'm going to ask you all to stand when I call your name and tell them who you are. And Laura's been here, it will be 3 years next month, correct? She's our social media coordinator, but let me tell you, she does way much more than just coordinate social media. Laura's just an awesome, awesome employee. She's our brand manager, and she's basically a graphics manager as well. A graphic artist rather. She does an excellent job of putting together print materials and other items as well. She can be a photographer, as you've seen this evening, and just a great team leader. She's been in the trenches with me now for 3 years. She's the only one on my staff that remembers when we're doing events. So thank you, Laura, for your service. Beside her is Miss Rox Cruz. So Rox joined us last November. She's our public information officer. So Rox does our website, our Next Week in Morrisville e-newsletter. She does our quarterly printed newsletter. And she's been doing all these great, awesome videos you've seen each department as they come in. So, and Rox just has a great personality. She's very creative, very outgoing. She asks very good questions. I'll tell you that. And when she first came, she would send me these texts, and she calls them bullets, right? And when she has a thought, she'll send me a bullet. And so we'll have it here. So when we get together, we'll discuss them. So thank you, Rox, for your service. All right. I'm going to ask if Wendy would stand next. Miss Wendy Liu, our community relations liaison. And Wendy has been here a short 5 months. And Wendy's our liaison to the business community, to HOAs. She does a monthly HOA newsletter. She does welcome packets, and she does whatever needs to be done. I mean, she's been shooting video, right, and arranging videos and all those kind of things. So we're glad to have her on board. Looking forward to great things from Wendy. And last but not least, Miss Anu Mishra. So Anu is our language access plan coordinator. She's helping us implement our LAP. And she's technically a temporary employee. And she's been here a very short 2 months. But like all others, she's been doing LAP items, but also some communications type stuff as well, helping with sponsorships. And she's been shooting video as well. So it's a team approach. And I just want to say, thank you, Anu. So I just want to say publicly that this team shows up every day with a spirit of collaboration, a spirit of altruism. Nobody cares who gets the credit. They just want to come in and serve and be great. So y'all give me energy. I appreciate y'all. Let's give them a round of applause if we could. So that's our communications team. Little known fact, communications is one of the departments in town who actually works 24/7 when needed to handle critical situations. All right. Are you still driving it? Yeah, thank you. All right, some of our highlights this year. I came before you in May, and we got our sponsorship and naming rights policy approved. We made some progress along those lines. I do want to mention that we do have 2 sponsors for our Boo Bash event coming up October 26th. Otherwise, our new Town Hall Drive light pole banners, we've got a lot of feedback from these banners. There's 44 in total. A lot of them have the word welcome in multiple languages, and our residents have really been pleased when they can find the word welcome in their native tongue and their native language. So got a lot of feedback on that. So we're really pleased that those are up there. Otherwise, social media growth. I mentioned Ms. Laura Goff, who's done an awesome job. Our social media platforms continue to grow every year. We saw 11% growth this past year. Team Morrisville One-on-One, one of my favorite programs, continues to expand every year. We get more and more applications each year. We're discussing at this very moment expanding the actual curriculum of the program for the next year. Right now, it occurs on 4 Wednesdays in May. It's just for our high school students, Team Morrisville One-on-One. It occurs 4 Wednesdays in May. Now we're looking to add another class, which is going to be a parks focus, Parks and Recs focus. We've met with parks, and we want to extend that to a 5-week program coming up this year in May. Our business outreach. This is a partnership between communications and budget staff for the most part. And we worked along with them this year to we're completing a 3-phased project or 3-phased plan. And as I mentioned before, department videos, they've been a big hit. And thanks to Rox and all our staff are working on those. All right, next slide, please. Influences. So there are some things that influence our work, of course, and you may or may not know communications is one of the newer departments in the town. It's been an actual department, I guess, a little over 6 years. And before that, there was, I think, 1 person doing communications out of the town manager's office. So with that being said, we are still educating our town staff on communications protocols. So what does a communications department do? It may sound simple, but we're still, reminding our employees and our colleagues. We're doing things, of course, like ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings. And we say anything that goes outside of the town needs to come through the communications office so we can get our eyes on it and add our expertise to it. So we're still making sure that we're establishing those protocols. We made progress, but there's still work to be done on that. My personnel, you met them this evening, very, very skilled staff, bring a very fresh perspective to things. I just do want to mention that most of them came to the town with no local government experience. And so, it takes a while to get them on board with things the way local governments do them. Public and private sector are a little bit different. So I'll mention technology. We're in the midst now of coordinating the website redesign. We recently instituted an electric ticketing process similar to IT, and mainly now it's for web stuff. So if employees have an item for the website, they're putting a ticket in now. It helps us collect how many requests we're getting throughout the year. And we're always searching for, effective tools to communicate with our residents and stakeholders. We always want to be on the cutting edge or get to the cutting edge of the latest, greatest, how people are communicating, how do they want to communicate. So we're looking for that. And along those lines, strategically, we have the 5 W's, who, what, when, where, and why, but we're also at the same time trying to answer these 5 questions you see on the screen there. Are we communicating as much as we should? Are we communicating the right information? Are we communicating in a timely manner? How can we communicate more consistently? And are communications accessible to all of our stakeholders? And that ties back in also to our LAP and just making sure everybody can access what we're doing. And lastly, information overload is a real thing. We're lucky in Morrisville. We have a lot of content to cover. It's never an issue about getting content. But I guess it's the gift and the curse. We have to make sure we're organizing the content effectively. most of the things we're doing, they're scheduled in advance. Our social media posts are scheduled. We're scheduling next week in Morrisville, and just trying to combat that information overload, which is a real thing. All right, current initiatives. So these are a few of the things that we're working on at the current moment. I mentioned the website redesign. I also want to call out on that bullet, there's going to be some extensive staff training going on with that, mainly because, so Granicus, our website provider, has two platforms. There's Vision, that's Open Cities. So we're on Vision currently, and we're going to an entirely new system, which is going to be Open Cities. And so essentially nobody in town is going to know how to operate the website at some point. But don't fear, we're going to have extensive training from Granicus and get everybody up to speed on that. But I just wanted to call that out. Also, our Public Works marketing campaign. As we inch closer to a new Public Works facility, we want to make sure we're letting our residents know the important work that's being done by our Public Works department. And we know they are first responders, of course, and they're very key to things that are being done on a daily basis, and it's sometimes 24/7 as well. Morrisville Mean Business Support is ongoing. Again, it's a partnership with our budget staff. We're looking at ways also to convert our now print newsletter to a digital format, at the same time allowing those residents who still want to get that paper product to receive it. And the last thing on the left-hand side is implementing video strategies to support town projects. We're also looking into a new software that you may hear about in the near future that may allow us to do video a little differently. Language Access Plan, I mentioned it earlier, being adopted back in May, but now we're working toward implementing it, which is a huge task. We've made great progress. Anu is doing great work on that end. We've been able to sign on a translation service. We're working right now to get an interpretation service as well. We've got a cool new logo that we're going to roll out. So things are definitely getting done on that end for LAP. Excited about what's going to be coming up in that area. Sponsorship policy, I mentioned that as well. We should be rolling out tomorrow an RFP. We're trying to get a consultant to help us get naming rights and sponsorship for the town center, for the dog park, and also at Church Street Park. Third item, a little bit of breaking news. I think you all know the National League of Cities is celebrating their 100th year. And so we applied back in January to be one of the cities to take part in their road show. So we were notified on Monday that we're going to get a digital stop. So we're planning for that now. More to come. You'll hear about that in the very near future. Our day is going to be November the 4th, but there are going to be some things happening prior to that. Wayfinding signage, we had some departments move here recently, which is going to cause us to update our signage there. And the last thing on this screen here is we are researching the viability of going from paper business cards to digital business cards. All right, so looking ahead and beyond, it's going to be time here in a few months to update our strategic communications plan. And we do that about every 2 years, and that guides the work of the communications department for the most part. Community engagement. So we're always working to find better ways to engage our community and to engage more of the people in our community. I'm speaking of here, young people. How can we get them more involved? And again, it goes back to our LAP as well for those who may be limited English proficient. Staff development, I'm very big on training. Just continuing to, I feel like when you attend conferences and seminars and those kinds of things, you hear about what's coming up next and you can stay on the cutting edge. So definitely want to continue that with our staff. A national community survey, it's about time to do another one of those. We do those, if you remember, about every 3 to 4 years. It's about time to get one of those out again. And looking ahead, as always, using technology to our advantage. Trying to see what's coming next. As you know, AI is a really big thing now. So how can we use that in communications to our advantage? All right. A few facts and figures by the numbers. So here we have the number 58 represents the number of e-newsletters produced, and that's actually Next Week in Morrisville, and also our HOA newsletter. Our most visited webpage is MAFC, which is a good thing. That's a revenue producer for the town and one of the most popular places in town for residents to go, of course. 8.6 is the percentage of social media engagement. We're pretty proud of that. As you can see down below there, 1.83 is the government engagement average there. And the number 18 represents the amount of events, programs, ribbon cuttings, and groundbreakings coordinated by this team last year. A few more facts. As you drive around town, you see the All-America City banners. I'll remind you, it's a 3-year program. We're in year 3, and there's 42 of those. It's actually a possibility that we can continue that program should we like. We're looking into that now, actually. 138, the number of staff hours devoted to Major League Cricket. This is back in July. We put a lot of hard work in that. Our staff understands the importance of cricket to the town, to the council, and to senior administration. So we're on site there for the games, facilitating stuff between ourselves and MLC. We're trying to get out stories about Morrisville when they're here, not just cricket, but about taking that opportunity to highlight Morrisville as well. All right, 3,000, oh, not quite. Just a couple more to call out. 3,038, the number of social media posts on communications managed platforms, resulting in 2.2 million impressions. And 89 is the number of articles written about Morrisville this past year, featured in 39 different publications and outlets. And lastly, 534, the number of web pages managed by communications and our embedded webmasters. Our values in action. We're working every day to emulate these values that are important to the town. The photo of dedication there's Laura and Rox at an Arbor Day program, doing a little yard work and gardening there. Integrity, that's Wendy helping our HR department as they moved out and changed buildings here recently. I also mentioned integrity. We're dealing with a lot of, I guess, sensitive documents and information and communications as well. Courtesy, that's a picture of me attending the India Independence celebration with our community partners, Hindi, Vikas, Mandel. Of course, we think it's courteous to support our partners in whatever they're doing. And innovation, that's Rox. They're putting the creativity to work. They're shooting one of our videos. All right. So did you know? So I kind of stole this from some other departments. I thought we'd do a little trivia. So I'm going to call out just a few of these and see if you can guess which of our staff members this relates to. All right. So a staff member once provided color commentary for minor league hockey. Who might that be? Laura, correct. All right. And that was in Florida. Which team was it again, Laura? Pensacola. All right. All right. A staff member once worked as a paid actor or / actress, either or. You mean Sheeton Mayor? Yeah, that's Rox. It was a paid actress. All right. I'll do just a couple more. One staff member backpacked through Southeast Asia for 2 months recently. That would be Anu. And I think this was a pretty cool one. 3 of the 5 staff members are trilingual. Who can guess these 3? I'm not, unfortunately. But thank you. So that's going to be Rox, Wendy, and Anu. All right. I think that's all I'll do with those. Go ahead. Oh, the chariot race. Yeah, so one of our staff members participated in a Red Bull chariot race. That'd be Wendy. All right, so that's basically, I guess, teams of 4 get together, they make little wacky rides, different kinds of rides, and on quote unquote chariots. And she did that recently. So, all right, that's the Did You Know? And lastly, this is just, we put together a slide. So our mission is we want to engage. We're doing outreach and we're coordinating everything from celebrations to ribbon cuttings to more Team Morrisville one-on-one. And we also say that, we get Morrisville's good side. All right. And I guess I'll go into our video from that and then we'll come back and get the questions, if that's okay with you all.
Make sure you get my good side.
Hey, just make sure you get my good side.
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 I'll be sure to get your good side.
The Communications and Outreach Department works to answer the questions who, what, when, where, and why. The department handles the production and dissemination of information about town operations and business. The communications team focuses on community outreach and engagement, media relations, and public relations, and is one of the few departments who operate 24/7 when needed to handle critical situations. We work hard to shine a light on all the great things happening in Morrisville, the accolades, events, engagement opportunities, and the many innovative services. I guess you could say, we get Morrisville's good side. By the way, I'm Will, the Communications and Outreach Director. First and foremost, I lead a dynamic group of talented, creative individuals who collaborate to form an awesome team. In my role, rarely do 2 days mirror each other, but at all times, I'm working to tell the town of Morrisville's story. Now, this can involve various platforms and different settings. Sometimes I'm a writer or an editor, an MC for an event or spokesperson, problem solver, and consensus builder. But most importantly, I'm a servant leader. I try to set the stage for others to have success, both in my department and across the town.
Hey y'all, I'm Laura, social media coordinator for the town of Morrisville. My job is to take all the amazing work our staff is doing and share it all over social media. I consider myself lucky, as I get to connect with more than 20,000 residents, visitors, and businesses every day. Along with creating social media content, I'm also a brand advocate, a graphic designer, a photographer, a brainstormer, and a storyteller. You'll likely see me around town with my phone in my hand or behind a camera, usually sporting a big pair of sunglasses. One thing's for sure, I'm always working to serve the interests, needs, and the well-being of Morrisville.
That girl right there, that's me, Rox. I'm the public information officer for the town. A lot of my job is based on being able to communicate clearly and coordinate efforts in critical situations. It can get pretty serious, so I like to lighten things up when I can. My goal is to build really strong relationships with other town staff, residents, media, and business people, so that when things get complicated, they know they can lean on me and the rest of the comms team to handle our part. Or when the town is doing something great, they know where to get the scoop. I also make sure that the weekly and quarterly newsletters go out, the website is updated and looking good, and I produce and edit videos. If there's anything I'm sure of, there's never a boring day as PIO.
Hi there, I'm Wendy, the Community Relations Liaison, and I'm excited to be your go-to resource for all things community related. My role is all about fostering connections and enhancing communication among small businesses, homeowner associations, and local organizations. I maintain databases filled with community contact information, and by helping new residents find their footing with welcome packets, my goal is to make our town a welcoming place for everyone. If you have questions or need assistance navigating community resources, I'm here to assist you. I'm grateful to be a part of Morrisville and to serve this community.
I'm Anu, the non-employee employee of the town. Even though I can't drive the town car, I do get to be a part of one of the best teams in Morrisville. As a Lead for North Carolina Fellow, I'm working to implement our language access plan. My goal is to ensure that every resident, regardless of language or cultural background, has access to all the wonderful services our town has to offer. Working alongside the communications team and our community partner, I've spent my days trying out new translation and interpretation services and discovering ways to keep our departments and residents connected. Every day is a new and exciting learning opportunity for me that makes me grateful to be a part of this amazing team in an awesome town.
The nature of being a communications professional dictates that we spend a lot of time telling Morrisville's story, capturing content, profiling others through photos, creative videos, and articles. You know, getting Morrisville's good side. So, whenever the communication staff represents the town of Morrisville, we want to make sure we show our good side.
Okay, wait, how do I turn this thing off?
My gosh, everybody thinks that they can be comms.
All right, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
All right.
Are you guys trying out for the Matrix?
I know, right? Yes, something like that. So we'll take questions if there are any.
Was that the parking lot of Spark LS?
It was. Good eye.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
That was a great video, but it's all showcasing the great work. So thank you all for every day, odd hours, stuff like that. I appreciate that. How do you get that sense of depth? A lot of these videos, I feel like there's a drone, but maybe that's not. I mean, because how do you get that three-dimensional look?
Well,
Because
you
I
said
feel
it.
like we're really telling stories well, and it's just, what is that secret sauce that you've, is
Yeah,
it-
so
besides rocks, right?
Yeah. You're definitely seeing a drone that we're using for some of those. But I'll go behind the scenes a lot. I mean, Rocks, she's the key to it all. I mean, she's setting up meetings with each department prior to months in advance of when they're just due. And she normally comes with her ideas and her thoughts, but she wants to get them to say what they want to do as well. I mean, so it's kind of a collaboration.
That's very helpful, because I think it's visual, but it's also the story. And the story is the one that is understated and underappreciated, and that probably takes the most planning. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So thank you, Will. Well done. I've said this to other departments who've come. The really nice part about having these department presentations is, number one, to hear about what you've done and the work that you've done over the past year or year plus. But it's also to get to see everybody and to be able to speak directly to the department and tell them how much we appreciate them. So that's been a fabulous. So I'm going to do that in a minute, but I have a question first. You talked, and I love the fact that you talked about how you want to make sure that communication is accessible to all stakeholders, and sometimes that means making communication available by different media. And so that leads me to my question then about the newsletter. We've been doing that quarterly newsletter by mail, and now we're talking about potentially, well, not potentially, but because you're asking folks to go digital.
Yeah.
So just, I think it's really important for the public to understand that. Tell me again, I get that quarterly newsletter by mail. Will I continue to get it, or do I have to opt in to get it by mail if that's what I choose going forward?
Good question, and thank you. So I guess the main focus behind it is to be more sustainable as a town, first of all. But the answer is yes. We're asking you to opt into it. And we're doing a phased-in approach. It's not going to be abrupt by any means. So we're giving you 3 or 4 times to see that message in the newsletter. We're putting it on social media and other places as well. But we're asking those who want to continue to still get that paper product to opt in.
Okay, thank you for saying that again, so it's out there again in the public. I really do think that's going to be important because, and now comes to my comment about how critically important you all are to sharing all our messaging. We don't have a whole lot of media out there anymore covering us, even though I know you said in the presentation how you had like 39 publications and there were 89 articles, which is fabulous, but folks are not getting their information in the traditional ways anymore. And the newspaper and the radio, and those are harder and harder to get our message into those outlets. And then even then I question how many people are reading or listening to get the information. So it is critically important because you all share the messaging of this town. You all share the information. Folks are getting it from you, from our newsletter, from our social media. And so it is critically important that you you keep that in the forefront. I know you've heard me say that before, Will, but I want to make sure, especially you have a newer staff too, that what you are doing is so very important here in the community for our residents to know what is happening in the town of Morrisville, good, bad, or ugly, quite frankly. I think we share it all. We should be sharing it all. So I thank you for what you do and for those efforts to get the word out on everything.
I would also ask if you would help us get the word out as well to those who are getting it in print, that there's an option to go the other way.
That's right. You're right. You're right. We all play a role in this, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just keep that rolling in her thanks. And you mentioned that there was one person in our communications department, our PIO, before you got here. And you've built a really strong team, and our presence on all different media, social media. I see upcoming events in Carey Magazine and in other people's websites and things like that. So you guys are doing a wonderful job letting the residents and people coming from as far as Holly Springs and further to come to our events. Because we are trying to build community, and you guys are making that happen for us, working with the Parks and Rec Department. And so it's really great. I mean, it's changed so much in just the last few years, and it's only getting better. So thank you all very much for what you're doing. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
One more hand for them.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Now we will proceed to the public address portion of the meeting. Do we have anyone signed up to speak this evening? Town Clerk Spillane?
Yes, sir. We do have one gentleman that has signed up to speak.
Okay. So if you should call out that person's name, I'm going to ask them to please approach the podium when your name is called. Begin by stating your name and residential address and direct your comments to the council. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to ensure everyone has a fair opportunity to share their thoughts. Timer will start, and after you state your name and address, and a buzzer will sound when your time is up. We appreciate your cooperation and help us manage the time fairly for all participants.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Dudowitz, please.
Good evening. I'm Bill Dudowitz. I live in the town of Morrisville. I live in Justice Avenue.
If you can speak right into the microphone.
What's that?
Can you speak closer?
Okay, yes. Okay. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I served in the Air Force. I was a C-130 mechanic. I'm active in the veterans movement. I'm a member of Carey VFW 7383, and I'm a member of the American Legion China Post 1. I'm also on a board member on the foundation that is building the Veterans Memorial in Morrisville. I've been on the foundation since 2017. I'm currently the treasurer. Last month, I went and I made a written statement to the council about the memorial. I'm concerned about the memorial. I don't think we have it right. The Veterans Memorial, it's a cooperative project between the town and the foundation, which will raise money from donors. So the town will not pay the capital cost. The town will just partner with the foundation. Now, the town, to facilitate the process, hired a consultant to come up with a design. And this design was endorsed in January of 2023 at a town council meeting. And pretty much this is really considered the final design. But I really have some concerns. I think the proposal has really not been vetted. It has not really been vetted with the people who are really concerned with it, the veterans. The census says there's probably about 800 veterans in Morrisville. And the way the design was done, public input was solicited at 5 times. There were 5 times where input was solicited, but it really wasn't enough. And the reason I'm coming before you today is recently there was a time where some veterans and environmental people were coming together to try to understand the plans. And it's very clear that the plans are not really very well thought out. The expectation, I think, of the veterans community was the memorial would be built to strict environmental standards. You know, it's hard to imagine a memorial built any other way. But now in the plans that we have, an eternal flame was part of the proposal, and it went through many iterations, and it was actually in the final plan that was endorsed by the town council in January, I believe, had the eternal flame. But we were told that the eternal flame was eliminated. Well, I was really surprised to find out the way it was eliminated, the contractor provided a.
Finish that thought if you would. You can send us an email with the rest of your thoughts if you wish.
Okay, well, I'm just hoping that the town will revisit the project and look at it overall. It's been looked at piecemeal. I think there's a need to look at it overall. Many in the community do not feel that it meets the mission statement of the project.
Thank you, sir. Did anyone else want to speak to this body for up to 3 minutes on any subject of your choosing who failed to sign up? Or we welcome your thoughts now. Okay. Seeing none. And as a reminder, we encourage the submission of written comments as they offer a valuable way for our community members to share their feedback. You can always do that at towncouncil@morrisvillenc.gov. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
And Rabadi.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Rabadi,
Yeah,
did
hi.
you have something to share?
Hi, Chuck. How you doing?
Okay. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break right now. If we could reconvene at 7:53, please. Thank you.
With my connection. Well, so I signed in as a guest.
welcome back.
Oh.
We,
Things turning up again. Friday night I have the
okay, Councilmember Rabati.
Okay.
So we're glad that we have her participating remotely. We have one public hearing this evening regarding the special use permit for a major utility facility in Wake County. Special use permits are a quasi-judicial process, and anyone participating in the public hearing must be sworn in prior to providing expert sworn testimony.
I forget what I was.
Anyone who may wish to provide expert testimony, please come forward to be sworn in by the town clerk in just a moment to sign in. First, I'd like to recognize our town attorney, Frank Gray, real quick for a quick summary of what this will be this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Council's had a couple of special use permit proceedings this year, so I think that's all familiar to you. But just by a quick refresher, this is what's referred to as a quasi-judicial hearing, which means it's similar to court proceedings. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar. And it's similar in that the testimony that you will receive will be under oath, and the testimony will be aimed at meeting the 7 standards. Again, I know you've seen and are familiar with the 7 standards that are applied to a special use permit decision. The applicant has the burden of bringing forth evidence to support each of those 7 standards being met. The concept of the special use permit process is that all of the evidence is heard and presented here in council chambers so that each of you hears the same information. And it's not appropriate to do your own separate research or to take information from neighbors or friends in support or in opposition. Anyone who wants to be heard should come here and be sworn if they have an interest in bringing evidence to you. At the end of all the evidence, then you will be called on to make findings of fact. If you are convinced that the applicant has met the standards, then you would make findings that each of the standards have been met and issue the special use permit. And conversely, if you find that the standards have not been met, then you would make a finding to that effect and not issue the permit. Be happy to answer any questions about that before you start.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, and we're scheduled to vote on those findings of fact in 2 weeks on the 22nd. So as I was saying before, anyone who needs to be sworn for this hearing, please approach the town clerk at this time. Okay, and at this time, we invite Planning Manager Brittany Johnson to come forward and facilitate our discussion this evening. Ms. Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure to bring before you tonight a special use permit application submitted by Wake County. The applicant is requesting a special use permit for a major utility facility use to accommodate the future development and operation of a Wake County Convenience Center on a portion of 414 Aviation Parkway, located east of the intersection of Aviation Parkway and International Drive. So you'll see here that the subject portion of the property is outlined here in yellow. The entire parcel is approximately 13.71 acres. The property is zoned industrial management and is currently the site of the Town of Morrisville's Public Works facility, and is also partially vacant. The area outlined in red represents the remainder of the parcel that is not subject to this special use permit. Adjacent properties, the area again in yellow is the proposed site of the future Wake County Convenience Center. The area outlined in red represents the remainder of the parcel and is not subject again to this special use permit and is also the future site of the town of Morrisville's proposed public works facility. All other properties are vacant and also within the town of Cary and zoned for open space. The proposed development. As you all review the proposed development, it's important to know the site will be the future site of both the Wake County Convenience Center and the town of Morrisville's proposed public works facility. The Wake County Convenience Center requires a special use permit. The other portion of the project will be established by right due to the current zoning designation. Here is the proposed development. This is the proposed development site plan at full build out. So this plan shows both the Wake County portion of the property and the town of Morrisville's future public works facility. Please remember that the special use permit only pertains to the Wake County use. And you'll see here in the key, which shows you the portion of the property that is subject to this. I will ask the applicant to review the layout and function of this facility during their presentation. So as Attorney Gray mentioned, with a special use permit, there are standards the applicant must demonstrate through competent materials and substantial evidence and testimony how the findings meet the 7 special use standards below. These are outlined in section 2.5.6D of the UDO. 1, the proposed development will not materially endanger the public health or safety. 2, the proposed development will comply with all regulations and standards generally applicable within the zoning designation and specifically applicable to a particular type of special use. 3, the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of adjacent property or is in a public necessity. 4, the proposed development will be in harmony with the intensity, scale, and character of the development existing or planned in the surrounding area. 5, the proposed development will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. 6, the proposed development will not generate need for transportation, water supply, sewage disposal, fire and police protection, and similar public services that cannot be adequately handled by available infrastructure and facilities. And finally, 7, the proposed development will be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Our staff recommendation: upon receiving evidence and testimony demonstrating the findings of facts are met, staff recommends approval of the special use permit with the following conditions. 1, in order to comply with all applicable Morrisville UDO requirements, including UDO section 8.1.3C, Wake County will construct the portions of Aviation Parkway road improvements for which the county is responsible as identified in the TIA prior to the receipt of any certification of occupancy or final plat approval. This agreement will be finalized in the upcoming interlocal agreement between the town of Morrisville and Wake County. 2, NCDOT will approve the installation of NCDOT approves the installation of a traffic signal on Aviation Parkway at the town of Morrisville Public Works Facility and Convenience Site Joint Entry Drive. Wake County will pay 19% of the cost to install the traffic signal. This agreement will be formalized in the upcoming ILA as well between the town of Morrisville and Wake County. 3rd, the proposed development shall be developed consistent with the approved site plan, notwithstanding minor modifications to the approved site plan may be approved administratively, consistent with the provisions of UDO section 2.5.6C6D. For council action, again, tonight is your public hearing for this item. We will be back on October 22nd. That's when you all will take action on this item. And again, you can approve as submitted, approve with conditions, or deny. And again, as Attorney Gray mentioned, this is a quasi-judicial process. Therefore, you will be reviewing the findings of fact. Here is your resolution language. Again, do you have any questions for me or Attorney Gray at this time? No?
I do not see any questions. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella?
So I have a couple of questions, but I think it's better for the applicant to go through it, and then might be that will answer.
Sounds like a plan. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over to the applicant so that they can make their presentation.
I guess one at a time. If you could start with your name and your role for the record, that'd be great. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Ken Murphy. I am Senior Deputy Wake County Attorney from the Wake County Attorney's Office, and I'm here on behalf of Wake County tonight. I'm pleased to be before you representing the county in its application for a special use permit for the county to construct a new Wake County Convenience Center. And before I tell you a little bit more about the project, I'd like to thank the town staff for their assistance in helping us work through the application process. They've been wonderful to work with. Brittany, thank you for your comprehensive presentation to council just a moment ago. And I would also like to ask that the county's special use permit application, Brittany's staff presentation, the attachments to the special use permit application, including the traffic impact analysis, the impact study prepared by the county's expert witness real estate appraiser, the statement of justification, and all evidence and testimony be entered into the record in this proceeding. Well, a convenience center is a facility where residents of Morrisville and Wake County can safely and conveniently dispose of household trash and recyclable materials and other types of materials. Now, Wake County currently manages 11 convenience centers located all around Wake County. The county is now seeking to construct a new convenience center on property owned by the town on a 13.7 acre parcel of land located at 414 Aviation Parkway. Now, as council knows, the town of Morrisville's Public Works facility is located on the northern portion of this property at 414 Aviation Parkway. And in addition to that, Wake County currently operates an existing convenience center about a third of a mile away, a little further down Aviation Parkway on the same side of the road to the southeast on a separate piece of property that is owned by Wake County at 266 Aviation Parkway. Now, the county has owned and operated that existing convenience center at 266 Aviation Parkway since the 1980s for over 30 years. And Morrisville has operated its existing public works facility on the subject property at 414 Aviation Parkway for many years as well. Now, both the county's existing convenience center and the town's existing public works facility are showing their age, and they need to be replaced with larger, more modern, and more efficient facilities to better serve the residents of Morrisville and Western Wake County. And as council is well aware, Morrisville is one of the fastest growing municipalities in North Carolina. So to accomplish these objectives, the county and the town have formed a partnership to do the following. The county is going to lease a portion, about 4 acres of the approximately 14-acre parcel at 414 Aviation Parkway from the town. And the county will construct its new convenience center on that portion of this town-owned parcel. Morrisville is going to construct a new public works facility on the remaining 2/3 of this parcel at 414 Aviation Parkway. And Morrisville's facility will be located, again, on the same parcel, but to the southwest of where the county is going to build its new convenience center. Now, the county and the town have agreed to develop this project together, with Wake County's Facilities, Design, and Construction Department leading those efforts. However, as Brittany presented in her staff presentation, there is one key difference between the town's public works facility and the county's convenience center, even though both of these projects will be located on the same parcel. And that difference is this: the subject parcel, 414 Aviation Parkway, is zoned industrial management per your UDO. The town's public works facility is a use allowed by right in the industrial management zoning district per the UDO. But a convenience center, which is denominated as a major utility facility per the Morrisville UDO, is not a use allowed by right in that zoning district. It requires a special use permit for that use to occur. So our objective tonight is to address the 7 standards found in section 2.5.6D of the Morrisville UDO necessary for this council to approve the county's special use permit application. And that approval, that special use permit approval, is necessary for the county's convenience center project to move forward. Now, to that end, I have with me tonight several people from the project team for the county's convenience center project who have been instrumental in the planning and design of the proposed new Wake County Convenience Center, as well as in the county's efforts to obtain a special use permit. And I want to take just a moment to introduce each of them to you as council. And they are as follows. And I would ask you guys just to kind of raise your hand when I call your name. First of all, we have John Robertson, Wake County Solid Waste Management Director. We have Megan Baldwin, Wake County's Solid Waste Program Manager. We have David Rutherford, Deputy Director of Wake County Facilities Design and Construction. We have Kevin Barnes, PLA from the Timmons Group, the project's lead landscape designer. We have Jacob Lewis, PE, also from the Timmons Group, the site civil engineer for the project. And we have Teddy Coleman, Associate AIA from Huffman Architects, the project's architect. We have Kenton Yang, PE, from SCS Engineers, the project manager for this project for the county. And last but certainly not least, we have our 2 expert witnesses. First, Nick Kirkland from Kirkland Appraisals, a North Carolina certified general real estate appraiser, and Kevin Dean, PE, from Kimley Horn, a traffic engineer who prepared the traffic impact analysis associated with this project. Now, several of these individuals will speak to you tonight about the proposed new Wake County Convenience Center. All of them are under oath and available to answer any questions that you may have about this project. So with all that being said, at this time, I'd like to call the county's first witness, and that would be John Robertson, Wake County Solid Waste Management Director. And Mr. Robertson is going to speak to council on special use standards number 1, which is the proposed development will not endanger public health or safety. Standard number 3, the proposed development is a public necessity. And standard number 6, the proposed development will not generate needs for transportation, water supply, sewage disposal, fire and police protection, and similar public services that cannot be adequately handled by available infrastructure and facilities. So, Mr. John, take it away.
Thanks, Ken. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Glad to be here. My name is John Robertson, as Ken mentioned, and I'm the Solid Waste Director for Wake County. I'm personally very excited about the prospects of our building a new set of facilities here in Morrisville to provide better solid waste opportunities for the residents of this area. We currently have a small convenience center. If we can do, I don't have control over the slides, right? Or do I? Just right here. Got it. Thank you. As you'll see on this first slide, the highlighted yellow area is where our convenience center is. But I was going to point out, if you look at the far left side of that, there's a little tiny convenience center sitting there that is our current facility that's been there since the 80s or early 90s. You can see the size difference in one, 5-6 times bigger. So that's one thing I'll point out, that we'll have much more significant facilities to provide those services. We, along with the town's assistants at different times over the past 10 plus years, have been trying to expand our facilities to include much larger and more modern convenience center, but also what we call multi-material recycling facility and household hazardous waste facilities. When I became solid waste director in 2012, we spent a year or so planning for an expansion of a number of our facilities. We have 11 of them across the county. And we came up with a concept of 4 super centers, of which one was in the north, one in the south, one in the east, and one in the west. This was our western one. We've been successful in expanding the other 3. Partially, they were a little easier because they were all on land that we already owned and were vacant. That's not been the case with this site here in Morrisville. So we're finally at that point of trying to get to the point of expanding that facility in Morrisville. The new facilities will include significantly more space for vehicles to line up off of the road. Those of you that may have tried to use our facility on a Saturday may have run into traffic along Aviation Parkway trying to get in our facility just because it backs right out onto the road. The new facilities will have much more facility for stacking traffic off of the road. The new convenience center facility will have 6 bays for people to drop off trash, cardboard, commingled recycling, metals, and construction and demolition debris. It's important to note that our facilities are only for use by residents and not contractors. Let me go to the next couple of pictures here. So this is a picture of a facility in the southern part of the county at our Apex facility. That is a similar theme to what these new convenience centers look like. This is the one in North Raleigh off of DePony Drive. And then the third and fourth picture here show sort of, those first 2 pictures show the customer side. This third and fourth pictures show the reverse side where the trash is collected or the waste or the recycling materials are collected and how they're dealt with. You can see there's a grade difference between where materials are dropped off versus where they're collected. It makes it much simpler for the user to bring their materials and for us to take them away. In addition to the convenience center facilities, we also have co-located multi-material and household hazardous waste facilities that we plan to build. And this is very similar to the facilities we built in Wendell in 2019. These are the couple of photos showing that facility where we show a location where you can enter and what kind of materials we take at those facilities. This is the type of facility. It's a roofed facility, but not with building sides and that sort of thing. Allows for open air collection. Another couple of photos of that facility in Morrisville. The multi-material aspect of that facility will collect things such as electronics. We say things with a cord. It'll also have collect motor oil, cooking oil, appliances, and such things, other such things for recycling purposes. The household hazardous waste portion of the site will take items such as batteries, fluorescent light bulbs, paint, paint thinner, herbicides, pesticides, insecticides, swimming pool chemicals, and the things that we say, the way we say it, is the things that are under your sink or in your garage that shouldn't go in the trash. Specially trained staff will sort that material when it comes to our facility. And then it will eventually, that material will be transported to a processing facility. So we're only collecting and putting materials in like kinds so they're not going to react with one another, and then transporting them off-site to a private facility that happens to be located in Greensboro for the current vendor that's providing that service for us. The site will have a specially constructed chemical storage unit equipped with fire suppression system while the materials await removal. We also believe the facility will promote public health by providing a safe and secure outlet for residents to dispose of these materials that I mentioned earlier, things that shouldn't go in the trash, and particularly we wouldn't want illegally dumped along the side of the road. We've successfully implemented these same types of facilities at 3 other locations across the county, as I mentioned earlier. And all those facilities have fencing and gates that prevent unauthorized access, particularly in off hours. Even further, the household hazardous waste portion of the facility will even have separate fencing and gates for its facilities, as well as being monitored by security cameras. While I'm up here, a couple other things to discuss about the site. We believe the facility is a public necessity by providing a drop-off area for residents for a number of materials that they can't just place in their waste container at the curb. You can put your trash and you can put your commingled recycling, but our facilities take so many more items than that. Particularly the household hazardous waste materials that we would want to prevent from being disposed of illegally or by dumping. Finally, our facilities require minimal water sewer usage. Essentially, there's a couple of small bathrooms for staff, and we will be improving the surrounding road access by providing sufficient vehicle storage on site. And it's also important to mention that the town's fire and police are just a short distance from less than a mile from this facility. More than happy to answer any questions now or later.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
So the addition of the chemicals and paints, that's going to be new, and
Yes.
the electronics
Correct.
will all be new.
Correct.
So what type of mechanisms do you use to prevent leakage? Because, let me finish, in that particular area, I'm sure you already know, there's a creek right behind there and wetlands.
Right.
So
Yeah.
what do you guys do?
Yeah, a couple of areas. One, it's all collected under a roofed area. So one, that prevents rain from gathering with what we're collecting. You can see there's actually a trench drain in this facility right here that collects any spillage. That goes into doesn't drain into the creek. It simply drains into a holding area so that it can be pumped out if needed, if there is a spill. As I mentioned earlier, the materials are collected in like containers or like kind of materials and collected in containers so that they aren't mixing with other containers and causing problems. Where we collect oil, they're in dual storage tanks. So in other words, it's a storage tank, but outside of that is a separate dual container in case there is spillage on the first container. So all those kinds of modern appropriate mechanisms are used to prevent any kind of spillage off-site.
Okay, that's all I got right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
So I'm not familiar. You mentioned the Wendell site.
Yes.
Is this going to be very similar to the Wendell site then?
Very from the standpoint of
like size.
Yes, from the standpoint of size, the operational, primarily the convenience center will be open 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, 7 to 7 a.m. The multi-material household hazardous waste portion will start out as a weekend only operation, but that will be adjusted based upon popularity and usage. And yes, the size is very similar to what you can see in some of these pictures. Let me see. This is probably the best picture right there. And that doesn't even fully show the full site, but there's that better picture.
So
That's the Wendell site.
So let me ask another, so I'm very familiar with the South Wake
Correct.
site.
Yes.
So is it that large?
So
Is
no, it had, so the South Wake site has two separate facilities for multi-material and for household hazardous waste. In this particular case, those are combined under one roof.
Okay, and a smaller footprint then, I take it?
A little bit,
than
yes.
South Wake?
It's,
Okay.
I wouldn't call it significantly smaller, but it is smaller.
Okay, okay. Okay, I think that's all I have right now. So what, actually, when we talk a little bit more about the actual site plan, and you said you'll be able to catch runoff, I'd like to, there are parts of the site plan that I don't quite understand. And when
Okay.
I blow it up, I can't even read it.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if that's appropriate now or whenever, but
We've got some design professionals here that
Okay,
could probably answer those better than me.
that's perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can you repeat what all can be collected here?
Yeah, glad to. So let me start by facility. So at our convenience center, which is the same kind of facility we have at 11 other locations around the county, those all take just your municipal solid waste. So if you missed your trash pickup that week, or you had a party at your house and you had a lot of extra bags, this is a facility you can take that at. We also collect cardboard separately. Separately, you know, in your container on the curb, you put cardboard in with everything else. We collect cardboard separately. It makes sense for us. It's a way to keep that cardboard separate from the commingled recycling, which we also collect in a separate container. And that's your plastic bottles, your glass, other items. Those materials go to a material recovery facility where they are separated and processed and taken out for recycling. We also collect metal. An important aspect of our facilities by collecting metal. So this is any kind of metal that you come across in your house, whether you're doing some construction and you have some metal left over from that, or you have a bumper falls off your car that happens to be metal, you wanted to recycle it. It goes there, and all that metal is recycled. In fact, one of the things that is most recyclable in our existence is metal. Metal doesn't change over time like plastics and other things do. And actually, the county, in the metal that we collect across all our convenience centers, that provides funding back for our facilities. We, in general, most years make about $1 million a year in the metal we collect at all these facilities. And then construction and demolition debris. So if you're you're replacing some railing on your deck outside, or you're doing some other kind of construction project around your home, you can bring that to our facility. That's the convenience center. There's a couple other things that we collect there, such as oyster shells and clothing. Those are a couple other things that are collected there. You go to our multi-material facility, that's where you have the electronics, so computers, anything with a cord is the way we describe it. So it doesn't have to be a computer or a TV, but those are sort of the primary things that are there. Appliances, so if you are buying a new refrigerator, you can bring that old refrigerator to that facility to be recycled. Oils, whether it be motor oils, cooking oils, those variety of things we collect at that facility, and that is recycled as well. We also take things like pallets and a few other items within that facility. And then at the household hazardous waste, basically it's anything for a resident. So we're not looking for commercial materials. This is residents only. Paints, whether they're latex paint or oil-based paint, we take them both, but we keep them separate. The paint thinners, the insecticides, the pesticides, any of those things that you have left over from your use at your home, we take at that facility. It's stored temporarily at that facility as it's put in its appropriate bin and container. There is a chemical storage building there for those materials that stay there more than a day or two, and then those materials are transmitted or transported off-site, like I said, to a facility in Greensboro where they are actually processed, and some can be recycled, some has to be disposed of, but in a different kind of landfill or different kind of facility, such as an incinerator or such.
No, that's excellent. Couple of questions that you touched. Can commercial people come and also give? I'm doing a construction project in my house. So can they basically get a pickup truck and dump it there?
So a contractor is not supposed to be able to use our facilities, and we've got lots of mechanisms we put in place to try to minimize that. I can't say that we're 100%. We still occasionally have a contractor that will slip through, but we have a variety of mechanisms we have in place to prevent that. Because for one, there are facilities commercially for that kind of material to go to instead of our quote free facility. We don't charge anything other than the $20 per year that you pay as a Wake County resident, but only homeowners pay for that $20 fee per year. So no, we don't let any commercial entities or contracting entities use our construction demolition waste. It is important to note that at our multi-material facility, it is open to businesses to bring electronics, to bring some of those other items. But at our convenience center, it is only for residents.
Okay, that's one of my main questions, because we don't know how much traffic continuously, like big trucks would be coming in.
Yeah.
And
there is a size limit on vehicles that can use our facility as well.
Excellent. And you said everything is free for residents, or this one?
Correct. All of our facilities, there is no Venmo, no paying for anything when you get there. You may have to verify that you're a resident and that you're a homeowner in Wake County or Morrisville, that area. But other than that, the services are free.
And there is no charge even for refrigerators?
Nope.
Okay, because some reason, like when we used to give, they used to ask $20. I don't know who used to take that.
If you'll let me know where that occurred and if it was one of our facilities, we'll look into that further. But no, you should not be charged when you come to one of our facilities to get rid of a refrigerator. In fact, if you were to take that refrigerator to a metal recycler, you may actually get a few bucks, but we take that hassle out of it for you.
And regarding those oils and everything, are they stored safely nightly, or is it how does it work?
They're in dual containers, so there's a container that the material gets poured into that holds it, and then there is a separate container around it in case there is a spill, in case there is a puncture, any of those things. So it's a dual storage container to prevent the potential for spills.
End of the night, it's locked up, right?
Yeah, and the whole facility has fence and gating.
Not the facility, because the reason I'm going towards this, these oils and all those things, if a lightning strike or something, then it can catch fire for the oils and other things. Is that, I know you said every 2 days it's transported out, which is great, but within that 2 days, is it just left in the open, or is it closed?
It is in a container.
Container, okay, with the lid and everything?
That has an opening at the top that you pour into, and that can get closed. So yes, it's not open air sitting there for anything to catch fire.
Okay. Yeah, those are the questions I have right now.
I would welcome you to visit any of our other facilities and see how that operation works.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
Thank you. I have a few more environmental questions that
Sure.
are similar to Council Member Fender's. This particular area of the town is adjacent to some creeks and
Correct.
tributaries, as mentioned before. But I was wondering, since the facility will have more hardscape than the current facility does, and you'll have possibly more runoff, water runoff, is there a way that you're capturing stormwater through the facility? I wasn't really able to crisply find it. Or is that done on the out-of-scope town side?
No, well, so these guys are probably better prepared to answer that, but it is underground storage. So there is not This site is very tight, so there's a lot of walls, and there's actually a lot of storage underneath parking lots is where a lot of that storm drainage is being held. So there's not ponds and that sort of thing as traditional just because the site is so tight. So there's a premium being paid on.
So I wasn't
appropriate-
not seeing it for a
Correct.
reason, right?
Correct.
The other concern regarding public safety is that there is a Wake County property down the street where we have some soccer fields that is really a floodplain. And flash flooding does happen, as we are all aware. Is there, besides the tanks, consider like emergency plans if something gets flooded on the site, or are you planning to elevate the site a little bit so that that flooding would not be as,
These
happening
guys
as
will answer
often?
it better, but my understanding is we're above the floodplain, the
Okay.
flood hazard elevation with our
Okay.
facilities.
So I will dig into that when we have the other speaker too. Thank you so much.
Okay, I just had a couple of questions. I'm really glad that white goods are going to be absorbed there. I think that's great. Will this be a yard waste facility like they have in Cary?
No, unfortunately not. The county does not work in yard waste. So yard waste will continue to have to be processed by the town. I think most towns have a yard waste collection system, and either you have to find a private facility that will take your yard waste, such as tree debris, or the contractor that's cutting that material for you. We do not have yard waste facilities at any of our facilities.
Okay, I would just throw over the fence at you. Maybe if you have a big enough parking lot, you can collect Christmas trees once a
So
year.
that's a great point. We do collect Christmas trees, so that's the one exception to it. Our program within the county collects Christmas trees at numerous facilities around the county. We haven't really considered this one yet because it hadn't been built, but we collect them at our North Wake facility, our South Wake facility. I don't think we collect them at our Wendell facility. We do collect them at our Wendell facility as well, and they get chopped. That material gets mulched and put in our parks as part of the path. So yes, Christmas trees will likely be part of it, but other yard waste, unlikely.
That's good news. Any possibility of putting solar on top of your roofing?
I don't know that we've had a full discussion of that, but that's something we can certainly talk about.
Because we're all trying to be really green. Sounds good. You've answered my questions on those three items. Does anyone else have anything for them? Okay. Oh, yeah. Council, Mayor Pro Tem Garamella?
Are you the right person to talk about the facility and the stacking and all that, or someone else is going to talk about it?
Say that again.
Traffic,
traffic?
more than traffic, like how many parking
One
lots?
of these guys. Oh,
how many
well-
parking lots does it have? How many cars can be coming in? How much is that? I know the school term, the carpool lane is like so that it's not backing up.
I'll let these guys deal with that better.
Okay.
The only thing I will say about it is there's been a lot of effort put into getting people off the main road onto the side access so that there is plenty of room for stacking. And then the facility itself has a number of bays for people to be able to back into. You can see at the convenience center, there's a number of little small parking spaces, if you can see those lines, and that's for people to back in or pull in, however you best want to do it, to take your materials and put them in one of those containers that are there. But these guys can speak better to the details.
And lastly, like, when you take this and move to other facilities what kind of a schedule do you use, like during the normal hours, like with those 18-wheelers pulling in and out?
Okay, for removal of items?
Yeah.
Yeah, so part of it on the convenience center, it really is a demand response because as people bring trash, the containers get full. And so we can't just let containers sit there full, so we have to call for them to be emptied. So that happens all through the day. It doesn't happen during the night. It's when the facility is open, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The other part to that is most of those containers have to be taken somewhere. So there is some thought as to, is a facility open for us to take it to when it's full? So all those things factor into it. But those are not 18-wheelers. Those are the garbage truck size kind of equipment that are picking up those containers. There are 18-wheelers that are at our multi-material facility, and those, whether it's however that material is when it's full, is collected, you know, there isn't really a schedule for those. It happens when they're full.
And based on your other sites, do you know how many like trips it does?
So there being 6 different bays there with 6 different containers, the trash containers at most of our sites get at least 1 trip a day. Some of our sites, such as our North Wake and our South Wake site, get 2 or 3 trips a day. So it just varies. The metal container usually isn't going to be full in 1 day. It's usually a couple of days.
No, so that's, you answered my question. I just like, I was thinking, okay, is it continuous 3, 4, like all of that? But
no,
okay,
we're talking 10 trips a day at most, something like that.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Johnson.
So this has nothing to do with the special use permit, but I just want to put a plug in for, I know we have at least one resident in the audience and those that are watching. You talked about come down and take a look at the site, the South Wake Convenience Center and landfill. The county does tours. You can actually take a tour. They'll take you out in a van and they explain everything about the landfill and the convenience center.
You're doing my job better than me.
Well, I got to tell you, I took and you can do private groups. I took a church group out there that was getting into recycling, and I scheduled a private tour. Your staff did a fabulous job. And I will tell you, I think everyone should take that tour. I think when you take that tour, you will go home and you will think about all those things that you need to recycle and make sure they don't end up in that landfill. It is pretty eye-opening and is pretty frustrating, quite frankly. So
thank you very much.
So everybody sign up for a tour.
It's on our webpage. You can go there easily, sign up, and Sarah on our staff will help you with doing a tour and a private tour if that's what you want to do.
We did it before the pandemic. I was really happy you came back because for a while there you weren't doing it.
We had to delay for a year or so there.
Sorry, I had to do that public service announcement.
Thank you very much.
No other questions at this time.
Okay, I'd like to call Kevin Barnes, PLA from the Timmons Group, the project's lead landscape designer, to come up now. And Kevin is going to speak to council and give testimony on special use standards number 1, the proposed development will not endanger public health or safety, and standard 2, the proposed development will comply with all regulations and standards generally applicable within the zoning district and specifically applicable to this particular type of special use.
Hi, I'm Kevin Barnes. I'm with Timmons Group. I'm a landscape architect. Appreciate your time, Mayor, council members. I'm just going to hopefully quickly walk you through the site and explain a little bit about our site plan. I do have a pointer. I know that you guys can't see that because you probably have it in front of you. But for the obedient conformist, I'm going to work a little differently tonight and kind of work right to left instead of left to right, mainly because our special use permit is for the right portion, which is that Wake County portion of the site. This convenience center, the multi-materials facility, household hazardous waste, and a small office, restroom, very small storage space up in the front. So this is, can I use the mouse? Yeah, there's a pointer here. I can do that.
I can see it.
So this is International Drive, and this is where the existing entrance is to the existing public facility, public works facility that you have on that portion of the site. As we pointed out before, here's the existing Wake County Convenience Center on that plan west side of the site. We have our entrance at International Drive. There's a small building up front, again, an office, a couple restrooms, small storage area. There's parking here for that office and for some of the employees that may house this household hazardous waste multi-materials facility. Here are we're showing some trucks lined up the way they would be in the rear of the building. That will be on a lower portion of the building. This site does grade from Aviation Parkway along the front down to what is a tributary to Crabtree Lake. There's also, we've located some storage bins along the rear of the site across from the household hazardous waste. So when items can't leave the site immediately, we do provide some storage on site. Adjacent to that is the convenience center. You see the 6 bays that are along the back here. So that this grade does drop down, and we're really trying to also separate the truck traffic from any kind of the customer traffic. But the customer traffic is up here. We have a small hut that we've designed in here along with a parking area. This whole area provides access for each of the 6 bays. You'll also note that there are 2 lanes of access that run from Plan West to Plan East. That's so that we're also separating that truck traffic. We're also able to separate the traffic that is for the convenience center itself from the traffic that may want to gain access to the household hazardous waste portion of the facility. This we're showing in our site plan, but this is the location of the new Public Works facility. So that'll be bright and fresh and new. There are service bays along the back of the building. There is employee parking, and this is the storage area for all of what is going to go on behind the Public Works building. Basically, some of the Public Works vehicles, some of the areas that they will have for storage. We also, immediately adjacent to the Public Works building is the visitor parking lot, and then just west of that is the material storage area. I think that kind of walks you through the site for the most part. Also, I guess one thing I should point out, each of these areas are also fenced off. So we're bringing all the traffic off of Aviation Parkway, but we've fenced off the convenience center. We actually fence off and enclose the household hazardous waste and multi-material site. The Public Works facility is also fenced off, especially the storage area there in the back. And again, this area over here for material storage will also be fenced off. Let's see. Okay, actually, I'm just going to briefly go over this landscape plan. We have both street yard buffers along the Aviation Parkway. That is a type G buffer that is required, and this is what we're showing along Aviation Parkway. We also have type B perimeter buffer along the side and rear portions of the site where possible. We also utilize some of the existing trees that we can here in the back. We have a couple easements that we're dealing with down here where there's a pump station. A lot of utilities in that area. So that kind of goes over the buffers of the area. We're also required to have 10% open space. That total acreage is around 1.558 acres. We're showing those areas here on this plan that are highlighted by the hatching. And what we're showing is basically about 1.64 acres in here of open space. There's a larger area back here that is kind of a walking path back behind the convenience center. And the majority of it is also along the frontage there and along Aviation Parkway, between Aviation Parkway and our internal drive. We're also providing tree preservation and canopy. There's a 15% requirement in your UDO. We're right now what we're showing is a little over 20% of tree preservation on the site. The majority here in this area, which is just adjacent to most of the improvements, and then also this area here in the rear where we're trying to do more of the tree save. I think the other thing about this plan that I want to point out is, because it's more evident in this plan, is right now there's an existing greenway along the rear portion of the site. What we are doing, there's also a small bridge as a part of that greenway. We're going to relocate or may have to install a new bridge for that drainage low that goes in there, but we will realign the greenway so that this is a heavily used greenway. We'll make that greenway connection, and we're also planning to have a connection from Aviation Parkway down to the new greenway across our property. So I will answer any questions you have.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Fender, please.
Thank you so much for the detail. It was pretty helpful.
Good.
I'm not seeing a BMP here in this facility, so.
Well, I said this is a part of Jacob Lewis's presentation, but I'll point it out to you real quick.
Okay.
So there is an underground system back behind the household hazardous waste multi-materials facility. There's an underground system here that would be a part of the detention and water quality. There's also another facility back behind the new Public Works building that address both drainage for this area and here and the improvements that we're doing in this area.
Okay. So can you show me like the flow with your cursor? Like if I am bringing my car, how will that flow go? Like how does that?
Sure. Let's see if it's best to do that with the site plan itself. First of all, what we are showing also in this plan are the improvements that would be required from the TIA along Aviation Parkway. So you've seen turn lanes over into the Hindu Society. You see an additional left-hand turn lane from International Parkway, International Drive, and then a left-hand turn lane into the site from Aviation Parkway into the site, another left-hand turn lane into this portion of the site. If I were coming to this convenience center, I think what you're going to end up doing is being directed to this entrance here, because that line then allows you access to this convenience center. So that's quite a bit of a distance from our entrance through the site out to this entry into the convenience center right here. And you also see that as I mentioned before, there's a bypass lane that goes past this entrance so that people that are just going to the household hazardous waste or more multi-materials could access this site as well.
Okay, that's helpful. And the building next to it is the town of Morrisville, right?
Yes, this is town of Morrisville.
So in terms of access, they will be using the same access?
Yes, they'll be using this entrance here. It is possible that if you're coming from International Drive, that you may also use this entrance to then gain access to the Public Works facility.
Why are you guys putting emphasis on this full moving intersection where you have an option to come from the International Drive too?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I'm going to say there are two full moving intersections, right? Like, so are you insisting people to only come from the other one, or they have an option to come from this one?
They have an option to come from either one. I think for the convenience center and household hazardous waste, it is going to be more convenient for people to enter this entrance here, and it's possible that we may end up directing people to do that for the convenience center.
So my concern here is you're trying to take care of your 18-wheelers and have a different path, on that.
We have separated the traffic.
Separated. So what kind of the same coverage do we have for the public works? Because you're mixing the public works, all the town of Morrisville vehicles and everything, along with the people who will be going in and out. So there is no just our own access as from the town point of view, just for a safety point I'm mentioning, because it's part of the whole, we are treated as a town as, as any other regular.
Well, I think the other thing that we also need to consider is the timing of day that each of these facilities are used. What I understand from our conversations with Public Works is you have a window in the mornings when everyone exits to do work out in the field, and then there's that time in the afternoon when you're coming back to take off for the day. And typically the heavy use for the convenience center and household hazardous waste, that waste facility, those don't always coincide, so that there would be that conflict. And there are options too. Another reason for the two entrances.
This is more for our staff, because are we okay with like having regular people coming in and out? And I just want to make sure that they are comfortable too.
Would you like to? Yeah, sure.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering. I'll speak on the behalf of Public Works. So yeah, we vetted this quite a bit in terms of access. And as Kevin was mentioning, we do have differences in the hours of operation compared to when their high peak times would be mostly on weekends and stuff like that. In addition, and I'll try to show you with the pointer, to enter Public Works, you would continue onward here and into our property and out, versus the people coming to the convenience center would head this way and head down. So the only conflict point would be right when they enter. After that, the public would head further down into the convenience center. Our staff would be entering in and out through this area.
And how, if I am going to this convenience center, I will come from the other HSNC entrance, I suppose, this one.
This is the yes.
Yeah, I come in, then how do I go out?
You'd go out this way. You go out to the second. So you come into the facility here, and then you go out to the next exit.
So it's only one way in, or you have an option to go back from the same?
You'd have an option to go back through the other entrance as well.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask in all consciousness, because ours are big trucks. We just don't want to cause liability when these guys are just coming in, and especially they're getting all. No one has a pickup truck. I would say not everyone has a pickup truck, so I don't want things spilling on this driveway and where Public Works is also going back and forth. That's the only concern I have. But if you guys are okay, I'm okay.
Understood. Great questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Yeah, So I just have a question regarding this drawing. I really wish it was more clear. But on the site plan along the top, you have that line that goes all the way across that's parallel to the road.
Yes.
And then there's something that's connecting between that line and these buildings. Yeah, like that. What are those?
So this is what we have been told from the planning of future improvements for Aviation Parkway will be the eventual right-of-way
Okay.
line. What we've done is we also understand that those improvements would include a multi-use pathway adjacent to Aviation Parkway. What we're showing is basically connections to that future pedestrian.
So it's
access.
a sidewalk or short
Yes, they
greenway?
are sidewalks to connect.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's the only question I had.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
Is there someone speaking after you that goes
Yes.
into the design? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
I just two questions. You talked about the vacant lot on the left-hand side there. That's going to be tree saved. What
Yes.
are you doing with the old convenience site? And did I miss any reference to that?
Yeah, so there are, there's an area back here in the back that the existing greenway, you could see kind of this, where the tree break is, there's trees on this side. So we're not grading back here. Those are all, this area will be, I think we show it actually on this tree preservation. So we'll be providing tree preservation there in the rear.
So I'm talking about the lot all the way on the left side now.
This lot.
That lot. What is the future of that lot?
We have not determined that right now. It's to stay as is. It's existing wooded area. That is also, so the property ownership and zoning and is a little convoluted. I believe this is Town of Cary, but leased from, leased by Wake County for this facility. This is Wake County property, and then this is Town of Morrisville property. Is that?
I think you're correct. So this parcel, both of these parcels are owned by Wake County. One is in Cary jurisdiction, the other one is in Morrisville jurisdiction. A little background history is we wanted at some point to use both of those pieces of property to build our convenience center on, but the threshold of working between Cary and Morrisville jurisdiction and interconnecting was just too big of a hurdle.
Okay, so that potentially could end up being tree saved area as well. Okay.
But it's in Cary's jurisdiction.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay, and so that brings me to my next, and that we're familiar with that, by the way, having lots that are in the town of Cary that look like they should be in the town of Morrisville. That's not foreign to us.
And just to clarify, that convenience center will be gone, demolished, whatever. It's a vacant site when we're done.
Okay, that's kind of where I was headed. You're not going to continue operation at all. Okay.
But we have to maintain operation because this is a phased project. So the first phase would be building the public works facility, moving public works into it, then going and demolishing the public works facility, building the convenience center. All that time, our old convenience center remains in place until ours is finished.
Understood. Yep, understood.
That would be the last part of the phasing.
Yep, and that makes perfect sense so that nobody's inconvenienced to a great degree in service. Yep, totally get that. So the greenway then, so I can see where the existing greenway is. I can see where you're bringing the greenway down. What is that? It looks like a horizontal line of another greenway. If you go, now, go put your mouse down. No, that wasn't the one. the one that goes horizontally. What is that? That looks.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is sanitary sewer. It's a sanitary sewer line.
Okay. If I could blow this up and read my, probably would have figured that out. But
It's a
got it.
large site.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, this is outside the scope, but at some point, possibly having another entrance to Cedar Fork District Park for cars. So I'm looking at your old convenience center, if that's something that could possibly punch through into the future. That was one of the initial great things about this whole project, was getting a second entrance to the park. So nothing to do with what we're doing, just want to keep on saying that in case it can ever happen.
Understood.
Okay, don't see any other questions from our group at this time. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to call Jacob Lewis, PE from the Timmons Group, the project site civil engineer, to give testimony on special use permit standard 2. The proposed development will comply with all regulations and standards generally applicable within the zoning district and specifically applicable to the particular type of special use. And standard 6, the proposed development will not generate needs for transportation, water supply, sewage disposal, fire and police protection, and similar public services that cannot be adequately handled by available infrastructure and facilities.
Good evening. So my name is Jake Lewis. I'm civil engineer at Timmons Group. I've got a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NC State, and I've been in the industry for a little over 6 years. So y'all had a lot of good questions about the BMP, so we can just jump straight into that. So I'm doing the grading and drainage design for this facility, and I wonder if I can blow this up by zooming in. It probably will get blurry. So even though it's blurry, this darker rectangular area, this is the underground detention system. So the whole perimeter of the site has got curb and gutter, so none of the hardscape is going to bypass any type of detention. It'll all flow into curb and gutter, flow into storm pipes, and then this system, it acts just like any above ground system, like a wet pond, except that volume storage is below ground. So it's a newer technology that came around, I don't know, I say newer, probably 15 years ago, as all of the space and sites are being used up and built out to their limits. So this is just under the rear of the parking lot. And like Kevin had stated, there's a similar one that's going to go behind the Public Works facility. So the town of Morrisville has their own stormwater management plan and rules, and this design will adhere to all of those. So as well as volume treatment, the underground detention will also treat the water for like nutrients and water quality. So quantity as well as quality will be treated in the underground detention system. So that standard, all I had to say on standard 2 was just that we will meet, the applicable stormwater rules. I can answer any questions on that. Real quick on standard 6, John had mentioned that there's one restroom in this smaller building. The restroom is intended for staff, but any customer that's having like a restroom emergency or something, I'm sure they would be allowed to use it. So looking at the 15A NCAC 2T rules, just to get like a rough idea of what the water demand would be for that facility, it would be 325 gallons per fixture. There's only one toilet and one faucet in that facility, so it would just be 650 gallons per day. And again, that would be a really conservative number. It would probably be significantly less than that. So that said, that one restroom, I do not think it will have any significant impacts on the available water and sewer infrastructure. So, any questions?
Councilmember Fender, please.
Yes. This is good to see this. I did have a couple of questions. I just wanted to clarify. You said there would be curb and gutter around the entire perimeter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then these dark, heavy black lines, what are those?
Those are the storm pipes.
Okay, so they're coming from the other buildings.
Yep. So the flow of drainage will naturally on the site we're mimicking the same flow of drainage, but it's from Aviation Parkway planned south.
Okay, so then what is that extra dark line there on the left?
This dark line?
No, the one that's almost vertical.
Oh, this dark line. This is,
Yeah.
I think this is just a page break. No. Oh, I got you. This is off-site drainage.
Okay.
There's currently a swale that runs through the site,
Uh-huh.
and we need to pick that up since we're building over the top of that swale. I don't think we're adding any drainage to that. We're just maintaining the route through the site to the same daylight point.
So then, like for any stormwater or whatever comes down through there, where will it go once it gets to that T?
So this existing stormwater just flows through the site and it goes down to the south. This, like to the south of our property, is an existing low area. It's got floodplains and like Kevin said, there's a tributary down there to the lake. So it's gonna daylight right where the existing swale was.
So that is existing?
It's existing.
Is what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
we're not adding any flow to that,
Okay.
to this point right here where that pipe daylights.
I think all of us are very well aware of the creek that runs through there in the wetlands area, and that's why we're asking all the questions that we are, just to ensure that if you did have a chemical spill and the grade is down toward that creek, we don't want it to ensure that it doesn't get in there.
Sure. Yeah, and again, to reiterate the chemical spills, so the grades will break away from where any chemicals are being stored. So like there's no storm water that should ever run underneath of these roofed areas and mix with any chemicals should they spill. So if there
What
is
if it spilled and then there was a big thunderstorm?
it shouldn't. Like
Shouldn't.
the water can't run uphill, so
Right, but it'll go down into this tank. Or
yeah,
whatever
even
you're
if it
calling
even if it did run up under this roof system, it would go into the trench drain that we would have to collect the spilled chemicals and then into that storage tank.
Okay. Do you guys, this is probably not your area of expertise, but I'm assuming that on site there, the workers are gonna have the material that they need to quarantine a spill if that does happen? I've worked in manufacturing, so I know what can be
There's
done.
a variety of things for like oil. They'll have the oil dry kind of stuff that they can apply immediately to keep it from continuing to roll, and then shovel it up and put it in the right container. That they have those kind of materials currently.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
So this looks very similar to Northwest Park, where we have underground drainage there, and a number of years ago we won an award for it. So this is very novel and innovative. So thank you very much for providing this opportunity.
Sure.
Don't see any other questions for you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'd now like to call Teddy Coleman, AIA from Huffman Architects, the project's architect. And Teddy will speak to council and give testimony on special use standard number 4. The proposed development will be in harmony with the intensity, scale, and character of development existing or planned in the surrounding area.
Thank you, Ken. Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Teddy Coleman. I am an architectural designer at Huffman Architects in Raleigh. I have a bachelor's degree in architecture from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I have been working professionally in the Triangle area since 2016 and with Huffman Architects since 2021. Our firm focuses solely on public, community, and government work, and we have a large portfolio of convenience center, maintenance facility, and public works uses. In my time at this office, my work has been made up exclusively of Wake County and local town entity projects. The design team has made a significant effort to be good neighbors to surrounding uses through site design. We have met intensity and dimensional standards for our zoning district through site design. We have, we have complied with the Unified Development Ordinance as required for building configuration and design in Section 5.9 from the UDO. In addition to parks, business, retail, and residential areas, other nearby uses include industrial, trucking distribution, lawn care, junk collection, concrete plants, and government town services, including this town hall, fire services, planning, and engineering. On our site, collection areas are located farther from aviation, while the office uses are located closer to aviation, where they would be more visible. We've also met with the Town of Morrisville Planning Department several times to confirm our approach to compliance for the buildings is sound within the UDO. The county's convenience centers typically follow a standard prototype design, which is adapted here to meet those requirements. One example includes adjustment of the predominant and non-predominant materials and fenestration or window percentages to comply with UDO section 5.9.4 and 5.9.5. Materials on our past convenience centers are selected based on proven durability and impact resistance in a rough and highly used environment. Exterior materials used will be high quality materials acceptable in the UDO, such as integrally colored concrete masonry, architectural metal panels, fiber cement panels, and other durable materials like cast-in-place concrete and steel. And materials were selected to be appropriate for the level of durability required for convenience center and public works facilities while complying with the UDO. And I do think it would be worth mentioning that we have been responsible for other facilities within Wake County, as I've mentioned, and we have effectively vetted those facilities by continuing to receive reports on how they've been used and modifying them, taking note on how they've been used, and then incorporating those lessons that we've learned into this particular design for this facility. The new convenience center is directly adjacent to the new public works facility, which is an approved use, so it will most closely visually relate to those buildings. Similar materials will be used between the two facilities while providing distinct identities for both the town and the county, which clear signage will also help with. Therefore, in my professional opinion, the convenience center will be visually and aesthetically in harmony with the character of the new public works facility and with the surrounding areas and the surrounding neighborhood. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Fender? I think you've explained yourself very well, sir. I don't think we have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now I'd like to call Nick Kirkland to speak to council and give testimony on special use permit standard 3. The proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property. And standard 4, the proposed development will be in harmony with the intensity, scale, and character of development existing or planned in the surrounding area. And council members, you have an impact study prepared by Mr. Kirkland as part of the application materials. That impact study is dated October 1st, 2024. I have hard copies of that study if any council members would prefer to have a hard copy.
Thank you.
Sure.
Does anyone need a hard copy right now, or should the town clerk just have them in case you want them later? Yep, we want one at least right here, please.
Nick, can you tell the council your name and qualifications as a North Carolina real estate appraiser?
Yeah, my name is Nicholas Kirkland. I'm a state certified general appraiser in 5 states. I live in Raleigh. I've been accepted as an expert in property value impacts before this board, happy to be back in front of you all, as well as many, many other boards, hundreds of times. I've been appraising for almost a decade now, and I'm a candidate for designation with the Appraisal Institute.
Council, I would tender Mr. Kirkland as an expert in the impact of this development on real property. And
Just a second. Would the attorney agree with that?
Absolutely, yes. I think he can be accepted as an expert.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Kirkland, council has an impact study that you authored in their application packet, and we just handed up a hard copy of that same study. And you have a copy of that study, is that correct?
Yep.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your impact study prepared for this project?
Sure is.
Were you asked by the county to consider the likely impact the proposed new convenience center would have on adjoining properties?
Yes, we were.
And did you form any opinion as to whether the proposed new convenience center would substantially injure the value of adjoining properties?
Yes, we did come to a final opinion.
And what was that opinion?
The opinion is that this would not have any impact on adjoining property values based on matched pair analysis.
And can you please explain the basis for that opinion to council? And I'll step out of the way and let you do that.
Sure. So when trying to determine if a property like this or a proposed use would impact the adjoining properties, we're trying to determine, well, exactly what do other similar uses in the area have on impacts they might have on adjoining properties. In other words, other nearby convenience centers across the county, including some of these larger centers like the one in Wendell, which is proposed to be very similar here, do those have any impact on adjoining property values? And an important thing to note is there's not really a lot of residential uses next to this location, whereas a lot of the other ones in the county do have a number of residential uses that actually have homes that sold right next to it, and they're selling for similar prices as other nearby homes that don't back up to the convenience center. And the reason we look at specifically residential homes and residential land is when talking about determining impacts, residential properties are the most sensitive to such impacts. If, for instance, you have a commercial use, that's normally valued based on what you could rent it for, and a convenience center being across the street has no bearing. Whereas if someone's talking about putting their family somewhere, they're going to be a lot more concerned about what's around them, what's coming nearby. And so finding actual examples of homes where people are paying similar prices to live right next to a convenience center just like this, compared to other nearby homes in the same market that this shows no impact on adjoining property values. And that stands for undeveloped land, as well as this is strong support for no impact on other higher intensity uses that might be located in the same corridor. So based on that, it's my professional opinion that the proposed use will not have a negative impact on adjoining properties. And briefly to touch on Harmony, this is a really similar location. It has a few less residential adjoining uses or vacant residential uses next to it, and it being practically on top of the former site is strong support for Harmony. So it's my professional opinion that it would be harmonious if developed or proposed. And that's the end of what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
I'm just curious, in your analysis, do you ever take into account places of worship?
Yeah, and so that's actually, we did not specifically look at it for this, but we have looked at that in general when looking at impacts for other proposed uses, and they tend to fall right in that same category of residential uses. They're one of the more sensitive uses, but less so than a residential use. And so that's why we actually have, even though there's not a subdivision backing up to this, we have residential matched pairs within the study. The idea being if the most sensitive use out there, a single family home, is not showing an impact, then other less sensitive uses such as a religious use, commercial use, industrial use are not going to see an impact.
So in the traffic impact analysis, there was some remediations that were reflecting impact to the HSNC organization. That is not just a small place of worship. It's actually quite significant with events. How could you consider the impact, of that activity with this analysis? Because it's not a residential home. It doesn't have the same trip generation. This is kind of a quasi TIA residential kind of challenge.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. And so, at least from a property value study, we're assuming that we take into consideration that they do all the recommended improvements. If they don't do everything that the TIA recommends or DOT recommends, our findings might be different. However, we assume that they are going to do those things because they should. And so I do understand where you're coming from. However, at least from an appraisal perspective, that's kind of just taken into well, yeah, you're going to have to make sure you do all the stuff you're supposed to, because if you don't, then sure.
Right, because even though it's not a place of residence per se, there is a value associated with that.
Of course.
Organization, and looking at that impact is important.
Yeah. It's not something that we just hand wave. Especially when we're talking about in terms of like traffic, that's not exactly our lane. So the best way to handle that is to say, assuming that the traffic expert says traffic won't be an issue, or that you make any recommendations the traffic expert says to do, the data we have says there won't be an impact on adjoining property values.
Okay, I'll let the rest of the council have a crack at this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to look at a single-family home on Clements to have an impact on this? Because there are a couple of residences there, right across.
Yeah, are you talking just across the way? We did look to see that essentially let me back up a step. When we're looking at any of these types of proposed uses, the first thing we're doing is outlining and identifying what are all the adjoining uses. Who owns them? What's their current use? And oftentimes, like for this, where it's vacant land that adjoins a number of portions of this, what would it be used for? And a lot of it, especially across the street, has some sort of residential use. And so that's why we're trying to determine, would a residential use be impacted from this? In other words, if someone were to develop a house on Clemens Way, would that be impacted by this development? And the answer to that is no, it wouldn't be impacted. And the reason for that is there are houses that are backing right up to existing convenience centers that are selling for the same price as other houses in the same market that are not backed up to a convenience center. So if we're talking now about developing a house that's multiple parcels away and just would be driving by it and kind of be in the same neighborhood, there's no basis for any kind of impact on their property's value.
There's always a difference of a convenience center being built and the houses coming around it versus convenience center going inside a residential area. There's always a difference because you'll get a lot of pushback from the neighbors, all kinds of things. We went through substation, which is much, in a broad perspective, is much better used than the convenience center where there's no one coming into it, but still, so I'm just wanted to be cognizant of some of the houses there, and obviously I'll ask Kevin about the traffic thing, but from your point of view, you feel comfortable in saying there is no impact to any of the neighborhood. And we have Western Estates, which are very high-end houses at the back too.
Well, and another thing to support that is later in the report, I think it's page 20, we actually break down roughly the distances between the adjoining homes to the active areas of this proposed site as well as other sites. And this is so much further set back from all the other convenience centers. So any houses that would be developed right next to this, or again, several parcels away, are going to be much further from the active areas than this site, as well as any sort of development of the site, say this wasn't approved or anything like that, there is an existing convenience center facility right there that the county has indicated they plan on maintaining for some time. So to that end, I do understand it's slightly different when the houses come second around an existing convenience center. However, there is an existing convenience center there, though clearly we're talking about something of a larger size and scale.
Which page does give all those adjoining areas? Page 20 is all about Yates and other things, you know, Old Stage, Old Smith. So,
Excuse me. Let's see. Yeah, so it is page 20. It starts at the top that says Summary of Convenience Centers in Wake County.
yeah, now I'm looking at the list of the properties around this. Have you
The properties around this. Sure. That is on page
23?
Page 3 is the properties around the proposed one here. It's right there at the beginning. So you can see the closest house, or the closest adjoining structure is actually the religious structure, and that's about 950 feet away from the structure to the active area for this. And if you want to compare that to how that stacks up to other convenience centers, if you look at page 20, on the right side of that column, it talks about the average distance to the home or the closest distance of homes adjoining existing convenience centers. The average and median distance is 235 to 350 feet for other convenience centers in the area. For this proposed site, we're talking, not only double that, but in some cases, triple to quadruple that. So it's significantly more set back.
So how are you measuring it's 950 from the property itself or from where the storage thing is? Because it's not 950 from
not property line to property line. We're normally talking where they're planning on the drop-offs for the buildings, where the religious building line is to where the active area where they're going to be actively using the convenience center. So within that 950 feet is aviation, as well as their setback and the proposed multi-purpose lane in the future.
Okay, that's because this was not clear when you said 950. It's certainly not 950 when you see this.
Apologies. Yeah, I could see that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, did you have a redirect? No. Okay. I think we're comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll now call the county's last witness, Kevin Dean, PE, traffic engineer with Kimley Horn. Mr. Dean prepared the TIA associated with this project. I believe in your packet are selected portions of that TIA simply because it's over 400 pages. We do have the entire document, a hard copy of it, if any council member would like to see it.
It's a great doorstop.
I think y'all are familiar with Kevin. As with Mr. Kirkland, Kevin, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and then let you take it from there. Kevin, tell the council your name and qualifications as a traffic engineer.
I'm Kevin Dean, a traffic engineer with Kimley Horn & Associates at 300 South Main Street in Holly Springs. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NC State. Good. Registered professional engineer in the state of North Carolina, and I've been doing traffic analysis for more than 13 years.
And I would at this point tender Mr. Dean to council as an expert witness in traffic impact analysis.
Council, I believe Mr. Dean can be accepted as an expert in the field.
All right, Kevin, were you asked to prepare a traffic impact analysis in connection with the county's proposed convenience center project at 414 Aviation Parkway?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you form an opinion as to whether the proposed new convenience center would cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard?
Yes, sir, I did form an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
It is my professional opinion that this project will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard.
Now, if you would, please explain to the council the basis of that opinion and answer any questions they may have.
I'd be happy to. I've been looking forward a long time to talking about traffic on this portion of Aviation Parkway, since we never get the chance to. I'll probably cover some parts of the traffic analysis that are familiar to you, but just to get them in the record, I'll be covering those again, so apologies for anything that's repetitive, but I'll try to be brief. Consistent with requirements from the town of Morrisville and North Carolina Department of Transportation, we scoped this traffic study with those groups. We discussed the requirements of the study, including study intersections, volume development methodology, and other typical study elements. As we noted when discussing with the Hindu Society project, this traffic study included the impacts of both the expansion of the Hindu Society site, the county convenience site that we're discussing tonight, and your town public works facility. So our traffic study does take a comprehensive look at those three projects. For volume development purposes, we collected weekday and Saturday traffic counts at the existing facility on Aviation Parkway, and then factored those counts up based on anticipated increases to traffic to this new facility. As you've heard discussed, some of the differences that we see from the existing facility to this new facility are, instead of one driveway, there are two full movement driveways. The northern driveway will align with International Drive, which is signalized, so at least one of the intersections will be signalized. There's potential in the future that the Hindu Society and southern driveway for this side of Aviation will also be signalized, so there's a chance that there could be two signalized intersections associated with this project. You can see on this site plan that there is increased stacking on site. Quick measurements, I believe it's about 450 feet running parallel to Aviation between the southern entrance and where you first get to the bends. I think it's close to 300 or 350 feet from the northern or eastern Plain East driveway to get back to the bends. By comparison, the existing facility provides about 150 feet of stacking. So we're talking about 3 to 4 times or 2 to 3 times as much on-site stacking in either direction, let alone combined when we're looking at what the site can accommodate. As has already been mentioned, our TIA recommended left and right turn lanes at both driveways along Aviation Parkway. Today, there is a left turn lane into the site, but there is not a right turn lane on Aviation Parkway into the site. So both site access points to this facility will have left and right turn lanes. Based on the findings of my study, which were reviewed and approved by the town and NCDOT, these improvements are expected to mitigate traffic impacts from this project. Therefore, it's my professional opinion that this site will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
Thanks, Kevin. I think Kevin has pretty much mapped every inch of Morrisville and entire Wake County by now. He sits to all TIA. My only question is the stack lanes. The good thing is this is 7 to 7, so adjacency traffic is always after 7 most of the time.
Yes, sir.
But there's also a lot of traffic that builds on Aviation.
Sure.
So my more concern is about the left turns.
Sure.
Or south, left southbound and right on northbound.
Sure.
So will that cause, the other Aviation back and forth?
That's a great question. We aren't expecting there to be any impacts from traffic spilling back internal to the site out on Aviation Parkway. It's been discussed that there's at least one lane. I'm sure some of the bypass lane could ultimately be used for any excess traffic that may be there. You've already mentioned that the traffic from this project and Hindu Society don't typically overlap. We've heard that this project and the town public works facility won't typically overlap. So we think the combination of on-site stacking and the turn lanes will prevent traffic spilling out of the site and impacting traffic on Aviation Parkway.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking this facility as such. At any point of time, you say, suppose a weekday.
Sure.
I want to go northbound and take a right, a U-turn, because there will be a median in the middle, right?
Both of these access points remain full movement.
No, in between, like, Clements will not have.
Oh, sure, yep.
So when a person from Clements comes, he has to basically take a U-turn
Yes, sir.
somewhere. And my assumption is, like, if someone comes through Clements with aviation or whichever way they want to go, will the traffic light be sufficient if you get like 30, 40 cars which want to take a U-turn and go to the other side? How will that impact on the aviation traffic? Because that's my concern more than anything else, because now we are talking about big events opening up.
Sure. Yes, we do believe that the traffic signal will be enough to accommodate that. Also, when that median gets in place, aviation will have been widened to 4 lanes, so there'll be additional capacity along aviation in combination with the median that may be out there. And I think even if folks wanted to make a U-turn at International Drive today, even before there were a median out there, the volume of traffic on Clements is so low that it wouldn't add a lot of traffic.
No, I'm not worried about Clements. The reason I'm asking these questions are phase 1 of HSNC will force them to do all the traffic improvements.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay.
Yep.
So the same here too. So pretty much you are getting a 4-lane road in this area even before DOT comes in.
For the most part, yes, sir. There'll be left and right turn lanes at both driveways. That's correct.
And okay, but only left and right turns. But
Correct.
Is it not they will have to add an additional lane on their side? Like, convenience center has to do it and HSNC also has to do it?
It is my understanding that the town ordinance does not require public facilities to construct frontage widening.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What I'd also say is our traffic analysis was performed assuming that the Aviation Parkway widening was not in place. So to be conservative, while we understand that it will happen and while we anticipate it to happen before the full build out of HSNC is in place, we did not assume those additional lanes would be in place to provide a conservative worst case analysis that this traffic happens and the Aviation Parkway widening does not. We don't expect that to be the case, but to be conservative, we performed our analysis that way.
So I want to circle back, like, so the public works are not subjected to road improvements? Like,
they're not frontage widening. They will have to provide the left and right turn lanes. There's not frontage widening.
So,
Yes, and that's per UDO section 8.1.3C, and it regards public streets and planned publicly funded improvements. And so to kind of go over that in its entirety, any site that's funded or constructed by state or local agencies are not required to construct public improvements or provide payment in lieu of. They are, however, required to do turn lanes and anything that's necessary for ingress and egress.
so I'm more confused now because if you're giving a turn lane, how do I explain it? Lane 1, think of a 4-lane road, okay, and then turn lanes.
Yep.
So right now it's a 2-lane road, right? Aviation.
Yep.
So
I think it's 3 lanes through this section. There's a center turn lane through portions of
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
But yes, sir, only 1 lane in each direction.
and
Yes,
1
sir.
line each direction.
Yes, sir.
So without constructing the 2nd lane, you're adding the turn lane on the side.
Yep.
Who is going to? Is it not like a void in the middle? Like, I'm using my imagination there.
No, great question. So these turn lanes will be constructed assuming that this project happens before Aviation Parkway happens, which is either going to be, I think the last that we heard was 2029 construction, 2079 for all we know. But the anticipation.
This one is 2029?
Aviation Parkway widening goes
Yeah.
goes right of way in 26, construction in 29.
Yes, I heard that, but
These improvements are anticipated to come before that, and this widening will be done immediately adjacent to the existing pavement on Aviation Parkway. This pavement will be part of the future widening that comes in with Aviation Parkway, but we are intending to add these turn lanes along Aviation Parkway where it exists today. Mr. Barnes has indicated that the setbacks are based on the future right-of-way, and the site has accommodated the future widening of Aviation Parkway, but our widening is just going to be tacked on to the side as needed of Aviation Parkway as it exists today, so we don't have this weird configuration.
So HSNC also has the same way, or HSNC has to do a different way?
Aviation, HSNC will be performing frontage widening per the town's typical section.
Okay, and so bottom line, whatever the turn lane, when DOT comes, pretty much it will be overriding it as a regular lane then?
Yes, sir.
And,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
adding a turn lane later because of the existing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was not familiar, like Public Works, or like we get that leverage not to do it. Okay, that's it, thank you.
400 pages, very impressive.
Yeah, I will take the
If
copy.
I may add something real quick, Mark Spagnoli again. In the background, we are working with the DOT to see if there are any options in terms of advancing the portion of aviation in front of our property. We're in conversations, there's no guarantee, but we're trying to see if that can happen. That way we can maybe do some of these improvements in conjunction with the lane expansion.
Yeah, see, that's my.
So I get what you're asking.
My whole fear is right now is that 2029 could be 2031, and it's still a single lane road. You're adding, side lanes, turn lanes is not going to sustain. Anytime there is, like, people want to take a U-turn or something, are you? So you're not even keeping a median right now, right? The 2029 or 31, then they'll do the median.
That's right. So as Kevin had mentioned, we ran the analysis based on the 2 lanes and adding the turn lanes as a worst case scenario. Let's assume the 4 lanes never come. Let's say DOT never can fund the project and we're in 2050 and we're still on 4 lanes. We did run the TIA analysis assuming that, and it does function with the turn lane that we're constructing as part of this project, with the turn lanes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I turn lane, I want to be very cognizant. I'm more worried about the entire area as such. It's not just, I'm not treating convenience center and our public works as just an entity, because my fear is the clog around it. That would be compounding. That's the only thing. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Kevin, I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kevin will take care of it.
The lawyer wants to be accurate.
All right, council members, thank you for your attentiveness and your excellent questions during the county's presentation of evidence. I have one last thing on behalf of the county, and this is regarding special use permit standard number 7. The proposed development will be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And council members, I submit to you that the proposed convenience center is consistent with the Morrisville land use plan, which was adopted in 2021. That plan identifies the parcel upon which the convenience center will be located with a future land use designation of institutional. And one of the key considerations stated in the land use plan for the institutional land use designation is to identify potential sites for the long-term expansion of community facilities and related infrastructure that will be necessary to maintain the quality of services and amenities in Morrisville. This county proposed convenience center project that has been presented to you this evening will replace and effectively will serve as a long-term expansion of the existing smaller convenience center, which for approximately 30 years has been located about 1/3 of a mile away on Aviation Parkway. The county's proposed new convenience center will offer expanded solid waste collection and management services that are necessary to maintain the quality of services and amenities available to the residents of fast-growing Morrisville by increasing the number of residents who can safely utilize the facility at the same time, as well as by providing a place for Morrisville residents and residents of Western Wake County to safely dispose of household hazardous waste such as batteries, fluorescent light bulbs, paints, paint thinner, herbicides, pesticides, insecticides, and swimming pool chemicals that should not be disposed of in household garbage. So on that basis, the county contends that this proposed use is consistent with Morrisville's land use plan. And Mr. Mayor and council members, at this time, the county is finished with its presentation of evidence, and we submit to you that the county has submitted substantial material and competent and uncontroverted at this point evidence on all 7 of the required special use permit review standards found in your UDO Article 2.5.6D, such that all 7 of the special use review standards have been met, and Wake County would respectfully ask the council to make the appropriate findings of fact and approve the county's request for a special use permit for the construction of this proposed new convenience center to serve the citizens of Morrisville and Western Wake County. And be happy to take any questions council members may have. I understand there may be others who wish to speak for or against this proposed project.
So I'd first ask Ms. Johnson to come up to confirm agreement with that last statement about 7 being in agreement with our comprehensive plan. Does staff believe that that is the case?
Yes, the information presented, that is correct. The property is identified as institutional within the future land use plan, and it is identified as a key consideration as read verbatim by the county attorney.
Okay, thank you for that. And did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to say I think it was very well done. I think I liked the flow and how you got all the experts and helping us explain, understand. You know, I appreciate that work.
Okay, I don't see any other questions at this time, so we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open. Well, it has been for those speakers. Is there anyone signed up to speak? Town Clerk Spillane.
No, sir.
Okay, is there anyone here in the room who would like to speak on this subject for up to 3 minutes? Okay, seeing none. We advertised that this is going to stay open through the next meeting on the 22nd. So if we can leave that open, that's probably a little bit better. And we're also supposed to vote on the 22nd per our noticing. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, does anyone have any questions at this time for the applicant who is here? Because if we don't ask them questions that they can answer, I think the assumption is that we would vote in favor at that time. Because there's no other new information coming. We can only have this information. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scott Johnson.
Respectfully, I don't think you should anticipate favor or not favor right now. I mean, the public hearing is open. It's going to be open next week. And please don't assume.
Okay. I was just trying to give us the opportunity to ask any questions in case we had any. Yep, fair point. Okay, so I'll look at the attorney. Are we in good shape?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we should not have any ex parte discussions over the next couple of weeks about this.
Correct.
Can we talk to each other?
Not outside the chamber.
Can we talk to each other about this at all?
I think it would be better to debate with each other in the chamber.
Okay. Does anyone have anything they want to share at this time in chamber? Okay. Anything else from staff?
No, just to reiterate, you all will be taking action at October 22nd meeting, and that's all I have for you all.
Okay. we really appreciate the time and the effort put out by Wake County. The collaboration has been really useful. I think you said nice things about our staff. I think they've said nice things about you. So we appreciate it. And I think we'll probably see some of you in 2 weeks. You might not have to bring your whole team, but that's totally up to you. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson?
So, Mayor, I just wanted to state that we are probably well over an hour on our targeted agenda. Could the council consider deferring the work session for this evening until possibly the 24th of October so that we can have our closed session? Otherwise, the time of the meeting is going to go quite late.
Yep. I understand that one of our council members just stepped out for a second. So
I already asked her. Yeah.
Okay, why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? We'll come back for council comments and maybe the work session or maybe go right into closed session.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're back in session. It's 10:10. At this time, we're going to do council and manager comments, and then we'll do a quick discussion on what the rest of the agenda looks like. Council comments, it starts with Councilmember Rabati, remote, and then Councilmember Fender. Councilmember Rabati,
Yes, I have no comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Rao.
I have no comments.
Councilmember Rao, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
The only comment I have is I just want to thank I want to thank Councilmember Fender for her comments on domestic violence, and I want to thank the council and staff for the Gandhi statue unveiling. It was really exciting to see that happen. And the final thing is just want to thank the Jewish community for an event they had last night at the Khan Jewish Community Center. But I'll waive the rest of my comments until the next meeting, given the lateness of the hour. Thank you.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Garamella.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Johnson, followed by myself.
I just have two. First, I want to publicly thank Morrisville Fire Department and Morrisville Police Department. They are both deployed. We have teams that are deployed out in the mountains helping with the Hurricane Helene relief efforts, and I greatly appreciate their efforts as we help our neighbors in the mountains of North Carolina. So I know we all feel that way. So I think that's important to say tonight. And then the other thing, Morrisville Veterans Memorial Foundation Board of Directors, who is fully supportive of the Morrisville Veterans design concept that they adopted and voted to endorse. They are actively fundraising to build that Memorial Foundation, and they have a walk coming up on November 9th. And I would encourage everyone to come out on November 9th. You can go online now to register, and you're guaranteed a T-shirt, but you better do it really fast because they're getting ready to order their T-shirts. Or you can come out on Saturday, November 9th at 8:30 and register on site.
Okay. I wanted to echo Councilmember Rao's thanks to staff and the Heritage India Foundation for the Gandhi statue relocation. And so many departments contributed to our First Responders Day over at Park West, and that was a really nice event. I really enjoyed that. We have our Diwali event coming up on the 19th of this month. We hope to see a lot of people over at Cedar Fork District Park for that. There's going to be fireworks, and it'll be a really good time. So we hope that the residents want to join us for that. This time I'd like to recognize Town Manager Zudema for any comments from staff.
Just one quick update from John.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. You remember at a recent work session on solid waste, our Public Works Director mentioned a survey that he and his staff would be putting together. Council indicated that you wanted to see it first and maybe take it as a resident and give us some feedback. That survey is available. It will be sent to you tomorrow. We ask that you make some time to complete it before Monday, October 21st. If you have time, it'll only take about 3 or 4 minutes. It's not very long, but we would be interested in your feedback, and anything you have, just please send it to me. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to, there's been a suggestion of possibly delaying our work session regarding the murals to a future meeting. I'd love to hear Town Manager Zudema's thoughts about that and whether or not that would fit into the rolling calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. So as you know, Brittany is here, and you've probably seen the presentation. It's ready to roll, but Brittany, as usual, is also very flexible. We cannot move that to the 22nd. That meeting is already solid in terms of being full, so I believe we can fit it on the work session the 24th. You have some strategic plan update information that night. This would be item number 2, and then if there are rolling calendar items that you wish to discuss, you could do that night. But Brittany has indicated that she could be flexible to be there the 24th.
And when you say rolling calendar, you mean roundtable?
I do mean roundtable. Sorry, it's 10:15 and I'm starting to fog.
It is. Okay. Would that be council's desire to have the mural discussion on the 24th?
Yes, and I also heard from Councilmember Robati, and she's in favor of moving that until the 24th.
Okay. So thank you very much for everyone's being flexible, especially planning staff. Thank you so much. Looking forward to talking about more murals. I think we all are. Excellent. Okay, so that given the point, that's the plan then.
Yes, sir.
We're going to go into our closed sessions at this time. We have 2 closed sessions at this time, as we have no plans for additional public discussions after we include these items. I would like to thank everyone for attending this meeting of the Morrisville Town Council. We hope you plan to join us again. Please feel free to email your town council members at towncouncil@morrisvillenc.gov or visit www.morrisvillenc.gov/council for additional contact information. The first closed session is to discuss economic development, and the second closed session is to discuss a personnel matter. At this time, I would ask for a motion to enter into those closed sessions.
Mayor and council, pursuant to North Carolina statute .143.318.11A4 and 143.318.11A6, I move that we go into closed session to discuss an economic development matter and a personnel matter.
Second.
A motion from Councilmember Rao, a second from Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously, 6-0. It is 10:17. We are now in closed session. Thank you.